Hello. Hi, Lucy.
Hello
Well,
there.
okay, so we're all here. All right, so I'll give it a minute. Just let everybody that is joining just give us a minute. Sorry, we ran a few minutes late, but I'm happy if all of you are here. So, okay, before we start, today we are going to be talking about parallel proceedings, and this will be how multiple authorities can investigate the same conduct at the same time and why that can become incredibly significant in a complex criminal case like the Idaho Four. So, with me, I have Big Amish Media. I'm going to link his channel in the description after this live. Please go over there and watch some of his videos. But yeah, Big Amish, how are you?
Hi, Wendy. Good afternoon or good morning, where everyone is, or good evening.
Good afternoon. It's
Thank you for
it's really
having me.
nice to have you.
Yeah, good.
So we've been doing a lot of discussion on this case, and I think pretty much, there's been so much going on in this Idaho 4 case lately. But I think to start us off, maybe what you can do is to walk us through parallel proceedings, explain why the state and federal authorities are able to investigate overlapping conduct at the same time.
Sure. So let's first start off with the inherent power that differentiates the two sides. You have the state sovereign, right? The state prosecution, state of Idaho prosecuting, for example, Brian Koberger, and
Mhm.
you have in parallel a federal investigation. But let's take it from the beginning. Let's start from the beginning because I think it's crucial. Timing also matters in parallel proceedings. And what I mean by that is there's a big difference in the beginning where no one has been charged to when someone is charged and how that impacts parallel proceedings as well. But with the federal side, you can have a federal investigation occurring at the same time. You could have two investigations going on at the same time. You could actually have two prosecutions going on at the same time because each sovereign has its own authority to prosecute or investigate. And
Mhm.
it's it's a little more difficult from a state prosecutor getting information from a federal investigation, for example, because you have to follow, especially if there's a grand jury involved. Grand jury
Sure.
proceedings are they're confidential. They're not going anywhere, and that's
Mhm.
where you sometimes see summaries. But if you want to use, obviously, we want to talk about the Idaho Four and how it relates, and we know for a fact that there were federal grand jury subpoenas issued based
Mhm.
on the records, the release of motions, and the order of Judge Hippler on February 19th, 2025. They identify uh, subpoenas used with Google and Amazon. But
All
Ann
right,
Taylor
I'm
of
going
Idaho,
to I'm going to pull those up while you explaining that because we don't have to talk about the Idaho 4 right away. We can just
yeah.
talk about
Oh, the
those,
proceed, yes,
the
yeah,
proceedings. Okay,
sure.
sure.
And
Please carry on.
yeah, it's better to give the landscape, and you're right. So let's say that just in general, even though I'll use the subject matter, we'll use a murder case, right? The state doesn't have anyone identified or charged yet. They're doing their own investigation.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the federal side could have they could it could already have existed. There could be a grand jury proceeding already existing that they could use to get information, and they use subpoenas. Now, there's two different types of subpoenas. There's subpoenas ducas tecum, basically to get documents, and then
Mm-hmm.
there's witness subpoenas. It's ad testificatum. It's all Latin. So, where you could bring in witnesses to testify. Now, subpoenas are different than warrants.
Yeah.
Subpoenas. So, subpoenas require, you don't need to identify a defendant, a person specifically. What you need is the crime. So that's usually on the subpoena, where they're using, whether it's a RICO statute and the like, a firearms statute. So that'll be on the subpoena that's used by the grand jury in getting either documents
Okay.
or individuals to testify. And all you need is a reasonable belief regarding the crime. It's based on a reasonable standard. Where
Mm-hmm.
where a warrant, you need a probable cause of an individual having committed a crime, time, place, and
Correct.
manner,
Yes.
basically. So there's a big difference between subpoena and warrant, and
Okay.
that applies to both sides, on the federal side and on the state side. Hopefully I made some sense there.
No, that's perfect. I don't have the subpoena with me. Sorry about that. I thought I added it on here. But
Yeah.
anyway, no, that does make 100% sense. So
Yeah.
if
And
everyone is following along with that, I hope that makes sense. But yeah, no, that is true. So
so from there, now regarding information sharing, and if you want, I could go back. I just want to jump to things that probably pop into your mind and others. Information sharing. How does
mhm,
information get shared between state and feds? And
mhm,
is it always the case? So, and I'll raise another issue as I'm going through this, on how you could be federalized as a state law enforcement person, or local police.
mhm.
So, um,
What does that mean? How you can be
so
federalized?
you could be both a state trooper, for example, or a local police officer in your town, and yet
Mhm,
you could be part of, or you could be federally deputized in the sense of, let's say, a joint task force, whether it's drugs, um, different things, national
yeah,
security. There's different human trafficking. There's all these different type of task force in which the feds actually deputize local law enforcement, certain ones, and
okay.
usually they have a history of working or having done prior military service. So there's
Mhm,
usually some contact. I'm not saying that's always the case. They could deputize anyone. Um, and so, and the importance of that is, for example, the reason they do that is if information, because the information that the feds use or obtain is, it could be confidential, it's very sensitive, depending. And that information
mhm,
doesn't just immediately go to the state, so, or local law enforcement. So when you have a local law enforcement individual who has been deputized and is in a joint task force, um, and they're using information that's being relayed or used in the federal scope.
mhm.
That is, if you're using, for example, the caste system or other databases that they might have access to, that is separate and apart from the local law enforcement duties that individual has. And
Okay.
so, and that doesn't get shared necessarily. That doesn't get shared unless it's approved and it's not sensitive and the like. So it doesn't, just because you've been federally deputized doesn't mean that the federal information you obtain or use, method and sources, let alone the outcome or result of that information being sought, does not get transferred to the local or state police necessarily.
Okay.
So there's like a wall. Now, the reverse is not true. Usually local law enforcement, they're they give everything to the federal agencies, the FBI.
Mhm.
So they hand
Yes.
over coroner reports, whatever they have,
Mhm.
physical evidence, blood, DNA, they hand that over to the feds because they have the resources usually and could do it much quicker. and they have their own databases to look at. So the state law enforcement side, and when I say state, I mean local as well, state, local,
Yeah, local
or
law
prosecute.
enforcement
Yeah.
crime, correct?
So they give information to the feds. It goes that way, but what the feds then use doesn't necessarily go back to the state. They could get summaries of information depending on the classification of the information.
So
They
that
could get,
was something I wanted to to talk about were specifically the summaries that was given. You know, okay, you were talking in general because it seems that this happens in multiple cases, but obviously, if a summary is given back to law enforcement,
yes.
we-
So sometimes
so this,
summaries, and let me just say this. And going back to the subpoena, that's all
Mhm,
kept in secret because it's a grand jury subpoena. That's all
mhm,
kept in secret. And what'll happen, and that's under rule 6, if I'm not mistaken, 6E. But anyway, that's all grand jury testimony, documents. That's all secret. You have
mhm,
to then petition. You have to file documents to get that um,
correct.
allowed into a state court system. You have to number one, you have to get that approved by a judge. You know, if you're going to get that underlying data, and that's a
Okay.
high burden, but we don't have that here. What we have is, and I think it's been identified even in the Idaho Statesman, for example, or just in general, you have information from the federal side that gets sifted through to the state side, and they could give you summaries. And the reason they give you summary is because the feds are not the prosecuting; they're in a support role to the states. Just to use a
Correct.
state court, just to use a
Mhm,
state court murder case. So they're in a support role, and when they're in a support role, they do not identify or charge a defendant when they're in a support role. They could have their own. What they're giving to the state is information. They could give a lead, for example, and that lead
mhm.
they don't give you, they give you an answer, a tip, for example, an answer, but they don't give you the whole background of the questions and how the test was made. That is the secret
Correct.
sauce that doesn't get divulged. That's sources and means, and there's a reason why. Because twofold: one, if
Mhm.
they did give that information, or if they were targeting somebody, then you could argue that they are in fact the prosecutors. They're the ones who the Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, Sixth Amendment attaches to, because it's really the feds doing the work. Not only doing the work, but they identified a defendant. And so they
Mhm.
try to avoid that bias, and they give you an answer. They give the state law enforcement a
So
tip.
they could
They
give,
give summary,
so they
and they
would give a tip, right? But quickly, just a question.
yeah,
Are they obligated to give every single lead and tip that they have, or
no,
how would that
no,
work?
no. So think about it this way: it's like a tag game, and that is,
Mhm.
they have to be very careful on how they proceed with this information. So they give some information, then it is up to the state to obtain warrants. So now you have the particularized information, where they could issue subpoenas as well to get the probable cause to identify that individual. So you could have a tip of an individual, but see, the feds give you a tip. They didn't say the person did it. And they allow the state, through their resources, warrants, and subpoenas, to gather the who, what, where, and when information for probable cause. And
Mhm.
the probable cause then shifts to the state, because now the feds are protected because they never told you we have this, to rely on X, Y, and Z background information. We have, DNA. We have this. We have that. They never said that, right? They give a tip or they give a summary, and they force the state to do. They fill in the gaps, and that's the probable cause they fill in. And that's why now the feds could do it as well, but in the Idaho 4 case, it's very relevant because if they did do that, Ann Taylor's motions in which she was trying to get more information or bring in and raise all these constitutional issues would have been at the forefront for Judge Hippler, because then it would be the feds basically and their sovereignty pushing to get that defendant charged.
Yes.
And that's why the FBI wasn't in place.
Obviously, what I'm asking you is, when this happens, it would make any defense attorney it would make them look completely incompetent.
Yeah. So
Right?
So let's back up a second too, depending on the type of information. But to answer your question, yes, it poses problems for a defense attorney from the very beginning because you're not going to get those subpoenas. You could get you could get the information from the subpoenas, but are you going to get the actual subpoena? How it was titled? Was it a RICO case? Was it a conspiracy case? Was it a human trafficking case that was listed? What was the crime? See, I don't believe Ann Taylor ever got that, or defense attorneys don't necessarily get that information. They could get the underlying information, the results of that subpoena, but it's also critical, wouldn't you think, to know.
So she would get like a unclassified kind of substitute of evidence rather than the original documentation.
Well, one is, do you get summaries? It depends on the classification of the information, right? So you could have top secret. There's certain type of information that you're not going to get, and you're going to get summaries. And generally, that's what happens. So you have methods, sources, and means and methods always get protected. That's classified information. Now, if it goes to a higher level, national security, for example, if it involves human trafficking, if it involves even immigration, for example, to some extent, it falls under the purview of the executive branch. That could be deemed national security because there was talking about how many illegal immigrants were coming over. You could create a national security issue that's tied to a specific crime. Okay, but it's incremental steps. So you go from, let's say, a murder case that happens within a state, one state, is a local issue typically, but if you add the components to it, were there cartels involved? Were there illegal immigrants involved? Did it happen on federal property, a national park? You need federal jurisdiction, and it then expands, and then it allows to get broader and broader under a federal umbrella of protection that the state prosecutor, even a state prosecutor, doesn't get that information. Don't think it's just not the defense attorney. State prosecutors don't even get that information.
He wouldn't get it.
They would have to petition as well.
When you talk about national security, then basically what we're saying is they can actually use your Google and your Amazon data, those kind of things. And they can use that to track you.
Yes. So, but even before you get to national security, let's just assume there's the two parallel proceedings are occurring. Let's just say they're investigations. No one's been charged yet, right? So a federal grand jury they have a crime, they have a murder, right, that they could use. And was it a hate crime? They could use as a hate crime murder. That gives it federal jurisdiction. They use that crime as federal crime statute for a hate crime. Or they used a federal firearm, for example. They use a specific federal statute to issue a subpoena, right? that's reasonably calculated to get information regarding that crime.
Mm-hmm. And
So
so
that,
this would be completely legal for them to do that, correct?
yes. Now,
And they would say, well, this is a matter of national security.
now you jump to the next level. So I'm just
Sorry,
giving you
sorry.
from a groundwork. Let's just
Let's
say
stay on
start
yours.
off.
Let's stay on yours.
What's that?
Let's stay on yours. Let's stay on your topic. Sorry.
Oh no, no. You're raising excellent questions. So, but what I want to do is show you how it goes from something that could be local.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and we're talking about the federal side, not even the state side yet. The state side, let's assume they're investigating as well, but they have limited
Mm-hmm.
resources, right? So they could issue subpoenas. They have to find, but subpoenas one thing. Remember, reasonably calculated to get information regarding a crime. That's just a general kind of oversight. A warrant is probable cause. You did this crime at this time using this and the like. So you have particularized information, specifics of who, what, when, and where for a probable cause and a warrant, different than a
Mm-hmm.
subpoena. But getting back to the federal side, just want you to know how it builds. It goes from, so let's assume this is innocuous, kind of a federal grand jury that's been issued because they believe it was a hate crime. The state side doesn't even know it's a hate crime yet, but the federal grand jury does. in
Okay.
their opinion, right? And it's all secret, so you don't know this, and the state doesn't know it, that they're looking at this as a hate crime. So from a hate crime, they're going to say, okay, they issue subpoenas, and they get some witnesses who come in and testify, and they find out that it involves drugs from a local
Mm-hmm.
distributor. Okay, that local distributor then comes in, and the prosecutor, the U.S. attorney on the federal side, says, I will grant you immunity. Tell me what you know. So you don't have to take the fifth during the grand jury proceedings. So you tell us what we know. We're not looking at you. We want you to give us
Mm-hmm.
the big fish. So that local distributor then says, well, I got these drugs from so and so, who happens to be, connected with a cartel in Mexico. So now you went from a local state murder case to now involving a cartel operation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that brings in national security. And that's always a device that's used by a U.S. attorney. National security is like the ultimate power to stop anything. So you could stop investigations from happening from at the state level or
Mm-hmm.
inquiries happening. But once national security is invoked, let's play this out a little bit more. So under this, national security is implicated on the federal side. The state side doesn't even know about this, right? So the
Correct.
feds then provide summaries of certain information obtained from the subpoenas to the state. They say, look at this person, or here's a tip, and here's a summary of that past cellular tower network information. But meanwhile, it's more than that. We know it's national security, but involves all these other sources and methods that they protect anyway. But it's from a local murder case, it's now impacting national security because of the cartel implication that's involved. And I'm sure there's larger investigations into
Yeah,
that.
we're not specifically saying it was a cartel involved. We're just saying,
Right,
it could be that, or
right,
it could be anything going on in the background. That is
right,
basically what you're saying a parallel investigation is.
right. But it could broaden. You see where it goes from a little, the feds, it could go all the way to national security, and that shuts down everything. Now, if it is national security, okay, if it is national security, the feds have to be careful. So the prosecutor also gets limited information. The defense attorney gets limited information. But if it involves national security and there's information that needs to be transferred in the view of the feds, that they were willing to provide certain information to the state side and to defense
Mhm.
counsel, guess what has to happen? Both the
Mhm.
prosecutor and the defense attorney have to have secured a security clearance, which is not an automatic right. So you need a top secret security clearance
Mhm.
to look at this information. Let's just say security clearance. There's going to be different levels, but it doesn't matter. You still need a security clearance to view this information if it's going to be
Yeah.
provided by the feds. And the only way you could look at that information is if you,
Mhm.
number one, you're offered and you are cleared of, you get a security clearance, because it's
Mm.
not a right to get a security clearance.
I heard that you have to pass a background check
Well,
and
it's more
um,
than that.
yeah,
It's much
kind of
more
a lot of
harder.
you have to actually get a court order. So a judge has to sign a protective order under
The,
CIPA.
the judge has nothing to do with the security
No?
clearance.
Okay,
That might
correct
be
me. I'm sorry about that.
a top. So we're talking about federal. So in order to look at
Yeah.
federal national security information that is going to be provided to you,
Mm-hmm.
that state court judge has nothing to do with that federal security
Okay.
clearance. Now, there could be state secrets involved, or a gag order or a confidentiality agreement from the state side on a more an administrative issue. That's separate. But to get this information, the feds basically say, you know, Attorney Wendy, Defense Attorney Wendy, if you want to see the information, even the summary,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes, you're going to need a security clearance, and it's going to take you about 6 to 8 months to get it if you qualify for it. And
Okay.
if you do qualify it before we even show you anything, you have to fill out what's called a SF-312. It's a form.
Yes.
It's regarding non-disclosure, but it also talks about, it's a non-disclosure agreement in which
Yes.
federal information is shared by a federal agency.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also, the penalties for violating that agreement, and that includes criminal penalties as well as civil penalties. You could be charged with violating the Espionage Act and other components. So your liberty interests would be at stake. So it limits how you access that information. So, for example, that information that's provided to you, even assuming you get the security clearance and you sign that 312 agreement form, assuming you get that, the information you
Yes.
obtain, you can't share that with everybody. That only stays with you. Any person that you want to show that information to has to also get a security clearance and sign an SF-312. And again,
So that would be, for example, anybody that's working with you on a case.
can't get it. They have to each obtain a security clearance and sign
Okay.
that form.
Yes.
That's the only way that happens. So you can't share. And if you do share information with you, say you're like, oh, just jot this down. Nope, that's a violation. They could pick you up and bring you right to jail. And or
What happens when you view the information? You're allowed to view it. Are you allowed
well,
to take
well,
notes of it?
it depends what they're going to be restricting on. So number one, when you
Okay.
look at that information, it's usually done in a SCIF. It's a secured area. Sometimes
Okay.
that's done in a federal courthouse. Other times it's done at agency headquarters have SCIFs. Coeur d'Alene, for example, Seattle, the FBI DOJ office is there. Um, could there be other SCIFs more local? Yeah,
Mhm.
there's this federal component. Anytime you see a federal laboratory and the like, I think you're probably looking at a SCIF being included in there. But I'm going off on a tangent. I'm just trying to give you an
No,
idea where
go
that
for it.
information could be reviewed. Um, and if we want to relate it to Idaho 4, and we could talk about that. But you could have SCIFs locally, and sometimes when you have joint task force, they know where that SCIF is. So
Mhm.
and where they're located and how
How do they know where it is? Can you explain that?
well, they also have to get a security clearance. So
Right.
when we talk about deputizing local law enforcement, they too have to go through these clearances. They have to get cleared, a security clearance, and sign a similar form. So it's not you get deputized. You see in TV, they put a marshal's badge on you, and you're deputized. That they could do as well in emergencies for something that, but not in the sense of information gathering where you're exposing method and means of a federal system like CAST or databases being used, DNA databases, CODIS. So all that is protected. And so if you have a local law enforcement individual who also is part of a joint task force, they have to go through this as well. And that's why they can't share information with the state. So if you ask somebody who's on a joint task force, oh, do you have a security clearance? I don't even know if they could answer that.
I think most
So
of them wouldn't have a security clearance.
what's that? What?
A lot of them probably wouldn't have access to that because they don't have a security clearance.
Well, local law enforcement generally, just generally, don't have a security clearance. But if you're federalized, if you're in a joint task force that's part of a federal a task force, and they're relying on you, you're like a point man where
Mm-hmm.
you have access to this information. Yes, they are required to get that security clearance and sign that form because they cannot relay information to the state or their friends. So you could be in a local law enforcement department. You could be on a joint task force with feds, and the information that you're obtaining or uploading, you cannot share that information with your buddy who's sitting right next to you and you spend all your days with, basically.
Wow.
Does that make sense?
That does make sense. Okay.
Okay. And how
So
it could
when they view
create problems?
it,
Yeah.
when they view that, what typically happens?
When they view information or when they're
Mhm.
operating in a joint task force, well, if
Yes.
and we're talking about, so you have I'll call it a hybrid. So you have a local law enforcement individual who's also part of a joint task force and a federal task force as well. That individual, okay. Um, I'm sorry, you asked me which question again? I was going to go off on a tangent. Before I do, I want to answer your question. What was
No,
your
no, no.
exact?
No. What happens when they view that information? So they've got their clearance, they're now viewing the information, right? What are they allowed to do
Okay,
with that information?
so when usually if they're operating in that joint task force role,
Mhm.
usually, and it depends on what type, but when they're operating in that capacity, there are usually not they're in plain clothes and they're not in their if they're using a local law enforcement police cruiser, they're usually not in that because they're basically now devoted to if they're doing a federal assignment and working in a federal operation in that capacity, even though you know them as a local law enforcement individual, if usually, I'm not saying there are exceptions,
Mhm.
but usually if they're operating and they're deployed in that operation, they're going to be in plain clothes and they're not going to be in their local law enforcement cruiser for obvious reasons. And
Okay.
so, um, if they're gathering information for that task force, that's how they generally operate. Now, it doesn't mean that for example, that individual is on that joint task force. It could also be the chief of police involved, who could be on that joint task force, or is a handler for that
Mhm.
individual, and that way they're protected. You're going to have you're going to have more than one individual in a law enforcement department usually.
So you wouldn't know who they are at all.
You wouldn't, but you could get there's an educated guess if you
Yes.
look at the type of conduct that occurs. Because when the heat gets too much, they usually run. They go off to a different job or they get removed. That's a telltale sign. It's not always the case, but um, they just switch positions like a little
Yes.
chessboard,
Hmm.
and so that way their privacy or their exposure gets minimized. Put it that way by doing that.
Okay.
So let's see. Without getting in, I want to use generalities, and if you have questions, you can follow up. But
So,
so that
so what would be, give me an example of a telltale sign, like you say that it wouldn't be, you wouldn't really necessarily know, but you were talking about
right.
a calculated guess of who would be part of this. So, what would be one of the telltale signs that's obvious?
Well, one, it's not automatic, but you would question someone leaving a position or getting a new position somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Those you kind of question. Again, that's just a flag that comes up. It's a red flag, doesn't mean anything by itself, but if you
It
did,
could. Yeah.
and then if you had the ability, if you find out, for example, that individual has uh, a background, whether it was in the FBI or in um, in the military, and depending what part of the military and what exactly in the military, did they have a security clearance? Because many individuals fill these roles, these I call them hybrid roles, dual roles,
Mm-hmm.
because they have a security clearance and they know they're entrusted with certain information and information that won't get past that wall, even though they're working at that local level.
Okay.
It's kind of
So,
ironic.
to to ask you something just on that topic. So, somebody who has worked in that role and who has a security clearance,
Yeah.
um, even when they go into a different role, they'll never give up their security clearance, or does it fall away, or do they retain that security clearance for the rest of their lives? How does that work?
That's a very good question, Gwen.
Trick question,
Yes,
sorry.
yes. Usually, here's the usual general. The general is once you stop working, you really don't need it, but it depends how high up you are in this, because
Okay.
getting classified information could be used for, let's say you stopped working. I'll give you an example. Let's say you stopped working for the FBI. You're a federal agent. Let's say
Mhm.
you stopped working, but you had these security clearances, right? And you were a
Correct.
sniper in the military as well, prior to that. If you start a security company and doing threat assessments to protect high value targets,
Hmm.
you would want to keep that security clearance. And there's a and they would want you to keep it because you're now involved in basically threat assessments that could be used again. Once a Fed, always a Fed.
Uh-huh.
So, so that information you get in your private capacity, it's just like when you're in a local law enforcement, you have that firewall. You're going to use it to protect your clients, but you're also going to feed information back to the feds and use the system. That way,
Mhm.
they're always apprised of what's going on with threat assessments because it impacts whether it's U.S. citizens or internationally, it can involve the CIA. It depends. So
Okay.
So you don't have to give it up, but many people just retire. They're not concerned about work or anything like that, and they just retire. Um, and sometimes a retirement might look like a retirement, but it's really not. Sometimes you could be an author, and we know that the
Yeah.
intelligence community uses authors and reporters and journalists. That's part of this. It was Operation Mockingbird, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it is that one. So that this will bring us just kind of off topic where
Well, to
okay,
address
we're
your
going to go
issue
off
of
topic, but it's
security
fine.
clearance.
We'll go back to topic. Don't worry. So I did put out a post regarding this new book because, well, this is just my opinion. Of course, I'm not saying it's true, but I felt with this new book that came out that, well, my question with, am I allowed to mention a name here, or is YouTube going to just take my whole channel down?
Well, yeah, you don't have to mention names.
Okay, we're not going to mention names. Okay, so when this book came out, I know a lot of people jumped on this book, and I'm not discrediting any information within the book at all, but my question was, nobody asked him anything about his source, meaning they didn't ask him where he got his information. He was very vague on interviews that he gave. And nobody actually asked him anything about a security clearance, which, as you and I have been speaking about it, it gave me a very strange vibe. Like, because where would he get this information from? I'm not saying that any of his information is incorrect. What I am saying is, how did he obtain that information? So to me, it was a distraction. It was a distraction. And did anybody see anybody else ask him about his security clearance? Did you see anything like that, Big Amish?
Well, number one, as an FBI agent, let alone his other roles, with them, he had to have a security clearance and signed at SF 312. So that's 100% factual. Now, whether he gave it up recently, when did he give it up, if at all? That would be a great question to pose to him.
Mhm.
What? And so I'm surprised that that was never asked of him. That should have been question number one, as well as the expert.
Well,
But
that was something that was very strange to me. We might go off topic, guys. Sorry if you're watching. We're not ignoring you. I'm trying to keep up with the chat and talk to Big Amish. I don't want to go off topic with what he says, but you know, I didn't watch the whole interview, but the very first interview that he did, it seemed like everybody was, wow, okay, he's got all this information, but why now? Why? I mean, we're almost 4 years after this crime happened, right?
yes.
So we're not only talking about him, I'm talking about the expert witness as well. And it's, this guy Brian Koberger is behind bars serving 4 life sentences. And now you come out with this information. So why?
That's a red flag to me as well, because
Mhm.
usually when you see these kind of, are they meant to sidetrack something? Something's about to fall in the next few weeks, I would imagine. Um, so something's going to come forward, and it'll make a little bit more sense, and they'll tie it in. But yeah, things don't. There's no coincidences,
No.
unfortunately, in this regard. That's my belief as well. Just my
As
opinion.
Lucy mentioned here, she did make a valid point in the chat. She said that it was to blame Ann Taylor for the leak. Now, I see a lot of this happening on other channels just when I have a glance. I haven't watched too much of it, but everybody in this side of the community seems to be screaming that Brian should get a different defense attorney. They're saying, well, it's ineffective counsel, ineffective counsel. That's what they're saying the whole
Yes.
time. But as you explained previously, these little summaries that an attorney gets would make her look completely incompetent, obviously. And it would also make her look as if she's unprepared or um, evasive in a way. But in fact, she's just legally barred from speaking on what she's been able to view. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, I think you're right. right? Everyone could disagree. I think you're right, and it makes sense. And let's look at it. What makes sense and what's kind of reasonable. If we're correct with this type of classified information, Ann Taylor the defense attorney would be required to obtain that type of clearance and under in that form, in a non-disclosure agreement, and the requirements thereof. And that doesn't, and just because you no longer use that security clearance or you give it up, that non-disclosure agreement stays with you for the rest of your life, unless there's someone they take you off the hook on it. So everyone who's pointing the finger at Ann Taylor should open up to the possibility that, number one, she could be the one orchestrating this. That's one possibility. Two, because she can't come out and say it directly because she would be in violation of it. Um,
Would
two,
she be committing a federal felony if she disclosed that information?
if she did, yes, she would be in
Yes.
violation of that NDA, that Form 312 that I talked about. She
Yes.
would
So
be in
meaning
violation.
they could basically arrest her for mishandling secrets.
Right. But you're not
Okay.
going to see it, and that's why that could very well be happening because, I believe she's a very, very smart woman and a smart attorney. Not even just a smart attorney. And if you're asking me, you in war that you use asymmetrical warfare sometimes to obtain your
Yeah.
goal, right? It's always 1+1 doesn't always equal 2, or sometimes you change up, and that's the asymmetrical part. She could very well be pushing the feds on this issue. It puts a lot of stress, and I'll tie this back to the parallel proceedings to go just in general. So back to just a state murder case. Once the individual is charged, right? So the state charges the individual. They issued their own warrants. They got probable cause, and they charge an individual for a state murder case, even though there's a federal investigation that was ongoing. At that point, right? At that point, they're the sovereigns who are prosecuting the case. So everything falls within their realm. And especially if a judge rules in this fashion, that the feds were just basically support roles, we're not going to allow the feds to be involved in Fourth, Fifth, and Sixth Amendment violations. Okay, we're not going to look at that. We're going to dismiss those issues. The state was the independent, because if you find independent information through your warrants as a state prosecutor, state law enforcement, even though the tips may have came from the feds, that independency is what a judge would rule on. That you came to these conclusions based on the information you gathered, even though the feds were in a support role, you came to these conclusions. This is what your probable cause is based on, even though tips came from, or in support roles, the feds did X, Y, and Z. So there's a gray area. Now, if you're able to put enough pressure, for example, let's say the feds actually issued an arrest warrant, that changes the dynamics of it, not from a subpoena to arrest warrant of an individual. Then it shows that the feds were targeting this individual and why. You can look at the bias, you can look at all. It opens up the door for a defense attorney then to challenge that. And if a defense attorney chooses, and puts enough pressure on the feds to expose the national security component of this, again, this is hypothetical. If there's enough pressure put on them, they will dismiss the case or put enough pressure on the state prosecutors to dismiss it because a federal operation would be exposed and individuals might be harmed because of it. Whether they're embedded in some type of operation that's ongoing, their life might be threatened. So you have these dynamics that are playing out that we really don't know. We could speculate, we
Mhm.
really don't know, but it raises these questions because nothing makes sense other than there's a larger picture involved. There's a larger, much larger than just a local a murder.
Mhm. Yeah, I always felt that, because when I started looking at this case, I wasn't on the side of Brian Koberg is innocent. I was just looking at the media, and I was initially going to do this case as a once-off. I always say that, but just for context, this was how it was portrayed in anybody who read Howard Bloom's book. Is when you read that first paragraph and you realize, okay, they were being followed by the feds. Something that I always go back to is, well, if they were following him, or if they were following as it was stated, then why did they not make the arrest? Because and I didn't see it at the time, but when you look back on it, you kind of wonder, well, if they were supplying the information and they were monitoring them, it just seems strange that they wouldn't make the arrest.
Well, it raises the question of what role did Brian Koberger play here?
Mm-hmm.
Is he the unaliver? Was he part of the unaliving team, or was he a confidential human source?
Mm-hmm.
We don't know. But as far as the delay is concerned, because it helps two things. The delay allows you, by not having probable cause for over a month, it allows investigations to proceed and gather information from the federal side
Mm-hmm.
specifically. So you could be getting witnesses who are testifying that we don't even know about. And
And
don't
I think we
forget,
see that happening in this case because there were multiple opportunities, according to them, that they had gone to his apartment, looked at his vehicle, um, said that he was on their radar. But why wait if you have him on your sites from, I don't have the date in front of me, Lucy can probably correct me in the chat. Why wouldn't you go and immediately take him in for questioning or get a probable cause affidavit
why
right
wouldn't
there?
you? What
Why wouldn't
just
you?
yeah,
Why
just
wouldn't you?
put
Um,
your
it
put your
seems
sovereign hat on.
strange.
So make believe you're a Fed. Why would you wait? Why would
Gather
you
more
wait?
information on an operation
Well, that could be
that's
one.
going down. That could be one.
If you
Two.
expose Brian Koberger, the possibility exists you might expose some of his colleagues that might be
Mm-hmm.
exposed. Their life might be in danger.
Yep.
So
When you say colleagues, are you talking about?
I'm using that in a very it's general. I do that sometimes. It begs a question, right? Well, a colleague should be someone who's working with him, someone who knows, because we don't know what his role really is or was. In
Mm-mm,
and
we
if you
don't.
we one of the things that I'm not sure if anyone's really dug into his background and just go through like at the sales university what he
Mhm,
would have been exposed to going through that
mhm,
undergraduate, because if you're going to DeSales University, your whole goal is to work for the feds, and I think that's
mhm,
what he want. And so when he applied for that position with Pullman PD, it there's a whole other thing I want to get into on maybe another time. But all I'm saying to you is that DeSales, Philadelphia, the FBI, they have offices in Philadelphia. So DeSales,
yes.
you're going to have speakers, FBI speakers coming from Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, New York. And they're going to be giving lectures at the sales universities. They're going to have luncheons at the sales universities. Brian Koberger was very comfortable around feds. That's my opinion. But if I was
No,
going to,
it's very possible. I mean, because remember,
that's
he
pretty much,
came highly recommended for this program.
yeah,
And why go to Moscow, Idaho, of all places, to go and study for your criminology PhD? Why wouldn't you go somewhere in that area?
right.
So that was something that was also a bit of a red flag. Why would he study there?
Well,
What would be the reason?
what was happening in Idaho during this time and in Washington? There was a massive
Mhm,
corridor of drug activity. You had the pandemic
mhm,
going around, you had massive amounts of drugs being what up the 95 corridor. Is it 95? Route 95? I apologize, but and going into Canada as well. So don't forget, I mean, it's like a way of transacting business all the way through. And it was a hotbed for that type of activity. And with his skill set, what he wanted to do, and we all know what he regarding that grant, it fits
mhm.
in to what was going on. And he could
So
have
what do you
been,
think? I mean, it's a possibility. We're not saying that he is
yeah, no, not at
one
all.
of them. It's just, you have to look at every possibility because there's a lot of things that don't make sense. Um, I mean, we've spoken about this before. He could be in Witzig. I
Yeah,
don't know if he is. I think for me, I would love to believe that he is because it's one of two things. Either he is and he was working alongside them, exposing, well, not only the cartel, but I believe a huge human trafficking organization up there in Idaho, one of the two, or he was, if he wasn't working for them and he in fact applied for that job and didn't get it, that would make him pretty much the perfect patsy. I can't think of any better person to pin it on. So I lean on both theories sometimes. I don't know what to believe, so I'm not going to say that I can say for sure which one it is. But I mean, he was writing some pretty interesting papers regarding people taking guilty pleas. And I mean, we know how many people, I think I wrote it down, how many cases actually end up in a plea deal rather than going to trial. So you're looking at, I think it was 98% of cases, something like that.
somewhere it's in mid 90s,
Somewhere.
I think, but it depends on the juris. But it's very high.
Mm.
They put so much pressure on somebody. Plea deals, absolutely, especially in the federal realm. But you bring up an interesting point about the plea agreement and
Mhm.
the allocution. And I remember that's what caught my attention. And this is what my 2 cents. I saw something that was very off when I saw that. And that was how it piqued my interest into the case and looking at it.
What was that?
And that is there was it was a skeletal plea. It was a skeletal allocution. The
Yeah, at
the
best.
the granular and just to go back to parallel proceedings, you could have a public allocution that's skeletal, and you could have a
Mhm.
private, concealed hearing regarding everything else. So 2
Okay.
things
Is that part of the Alfred's plea? Do you wanna talk about
okay.
that a little
Yeah, we
bit?
talked about that, yeah.
Mhm.
So the Alford plea, basically, it's an old Supreme Court case in which you accept a punishment because it's in your best interest to do so,
Correct.
even if you haven't done the crime. So
Mhm. So
the
that is a plea that can be done. So what it means is you could be factually innocent, but you're legally guilty.
correct.
as you explained it to me.
That is exactly right. So when I watched,
So there would have to be some explanation as to why he would accept this. And then going back to the allocution part, well, yeah, as you mentioned, for me, you would think that, so there's two sides of this, as I said before.
Yeah.
They came out and said, well, they didn't require him to allocute because they don't believe that he's capable of telling the truth, but yet they believed him when he said guilty 4 times. So, which
Can't
one
have
is
it
it?
both ways,
It can't be both. Either you don't trust him, or you're saying that nothing that comes out of his mouth is true, but yet you accepted the 4 times that he said yes as true. But that was something that got me onto this case, or, well, the other side. There were numerous things, but that was one of them. And specifically, there are telltale signs. So one of them is, he would think they would say, well, tell us something that only the perpetrator of this crime knows. There has to be one thing, because we know that often they don't release every bit of information to the public. And if they'd say to him, well, there is something we haven't released to the public, but if you tell us, even tell us where the weapon is, tell us anything, tell us how you got in and out of there in 7 minutes without leaving any DNA. Because like an octopus, I mean, he's got 8 pairs of hands. So how did he do this?
Yeah, you're asking the greatest question of all time, and that is, if you're going to accept this responsibility of killing 4, as a prosecutor, you're not going to get information. If you're going to leave him off the death penalty, if that was the justification, the consideration, aren't you going to require, at the very least, where did you get the weapon from? Where is it?
Mm-hmm.
Or as you pointed out, tell us how you did it. So, because you need the foundational facts as a prosecutor to say, okay, I got to have something in return. And that's common. It's common unless you're using that person for a witness in another case as well. So that's a whole different story. But
that is a
but
very
usually
interesting point. But when you say witness in another case, do you want to
that's just a hypothetical. I'm saying
Mm-hmm.
defendants, if you're going, as a prosecutor, if you're going to accept a skeletal plea, if you're going to plea someone out, right, but you need them in another case, you're not going to tip your hand. You don't. The prosecutor is going to know those facts. They're not going to come to the public, but you're going to need that individual in another case as a witness for another crime, potentially a bigger crime. Who knows? But
true, like what Lucy's saying here is Thompson and Hippler said all Brian would do is lie. And so if they're saying that he would, or why would they say something like that? It seems very strange that they would say all he would do is lie. But then in the same breath, they basically say they don't have anything against him. They have nothing tying him to the crime.
That could very well be true. But don't forget what we talked about regarding the parallel proceedings. A state prosecutor, would not necessarily be privy to the information from the federal side. They would have to get a security clearance and sign that 312 form. I'm not saying he did or didn't, state prosecutor. But don't forget who was there during the plea agreement. Josh Hurwitz was there. And they had a closed door hearing. They had a closed door hearing after or before, I forgot what it was. But they had a closed door hearing. So that raises red flags. Because you had a closed door hearing. I saw him sitting
there. I did see him sitting there, and that was very strange. Why was he there?
Well, if it involved things that we're talking about, such as national security and the like, he's the gatekeeper. He's got to
Mm-hmm.
make sure what's being said in front of a judge in closed doors, because it's not in public. They basically said nothing in public during the LQ. So it'd be in a closed door session. And
Mm-hmm.
and just so you know, the motions here, the motions that the defense counsel filed, and then the judge's ruling, those motions and hearings, if I'm not mistaken, and oral arguments, many of that time was spent in closed door sessions.
Mm-hmm.
So it just raises the question. I don't know what
There
the answer is.
was a motion. I've got a motion here. Motion suppression. Let me just see if I've got it right. I don't know what I did here. I'm a little bit weird with these files. I don't know. Let me see if I can bring this one up if it's the correct one. But okay, so Josh Hurwitz. Let's talk a little bit about. No, we'll go back to him now. This is just busy uploading. I don't know if this is the correct one. But basically, in these closed hearings, if he is the gatekeeper, can he, does he have any influence over the judge? I mean, could he?
Well, I think how it's handled in a state court is that he raises the question, Your Honor, we're dealing with something, that on a much larger scale involving whatever he wants to say, national security. He could say that. In closed door set, he could say that. He doesn't have to get into detail of it unless there could be a give and take. And he could also bring it into chambers if they wanted to discuss it with all parties. But he could be the gatekeeper, and that's how you would handle that. The federal side kind of comes in. This is a small, this is a small town, and how this operates. You would have a U.S. attorney that would come in, and think about what message that sends. You have a U.S. attorney coming in who ends up actually even going into the case anyway as a special
Mhm.
I forgot what it is. So, and why would he do that? People will say, well, he has the expertise. Well, I would I would differ with that and raise the question of it involves the gatekeeping. It involves keeping the information secure. But again, this is just my opinion. I'm just saying that's what it's leading me to believe. I'm not saying anyone else should believe it, but he certainly was involved, and and it's and not to bring up the other issues of leaks, for example,
Mhm.
um, and how you could have a parallel proceeding even on that. We hear about the leaks that Ada County is investigating. There's an administrative component, and that's Judge Hippler's, wheelhouse, which he could deal with administratively the attorneys involved or the parties that may have violated a gag order. Then you have the
Didn't he launch a criminal investigation into
well,
the media leaks?
he
Um,
can't he can't. A judge
okay.
cannot.
Who does Richard? Yeah.
It's Ada County. So basically you have a violation which would be a misdemeanor.
Mm-hmm.
So you could have two things happening. So Judge Hippler basically controls what transpires or is violated within his courtroom. Everything
Mm-hmm.
outside of it basically also has the added ability of a misdemeanor in which Ada County prosecutes. And I think we saw that happening, I think. I'm pretty sure that's how both issues were present. But it also doesn't stop a federal investigation from occurring into the leak. Don't know what the leak was. Was it involving national? I mean, I don't know. We don't know where it's going. We know what Judge Hippler's saying, right? Because don't forget, it's like we started off in the beginning. The state and law enforcement prosecution, they have limited resources. They have a certain jurisdiction that they could follow. Then they have to rely on the feds, right? And the Fed could have
Mhm.
its own independent investigation going on, which is never shared, doesn't have to be shared at all with the state. And it certainly doesn't get shared when it goes up the ladder of importance as far as security is concerned. So the same thing applies here with a leak. That leak, is it just the gag order? Was it just releasing a video? But how was the video obtained? Was the video actually within the purview of the grand jury? Aha. Was it a federal grand jury?
You still there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry, I can hear you now.
Yeah. I was going to say the information that could have been leaked, allegedly, hypothetically, could have also come from the federal grand jury, which would invoke a federal investigation into the leak, independent from Ada County and Judge Hippler.
Okay, that makes sense. As we just, let's go to Lucy quickly. She said the projects that these global firms handle, and this was something we did speak about with Scott Green. Sorry, we're going off topic here, but as they're talking about it in the chat, Lucy, me and Big Amish did speak about Scott Green and Leon Black. So do you want to tell us a bit about what you know, Big Amish?
Yeah. Okay. So Scott Green is an accountant, right? And let's just throw it out there. There's no connection to this, but I'll read. Jeff Epstein, Jeffy Epi was a accountant as well, allegedly. Okay. So, but with Scott Green as an accountant, he was the first CEO and first president, I guess, of a large top 50 or top 100 law firm. There were two of them. Pepper Hamilton was one, if I'm not mistaken. And Hovel, is it Hovel? I guess, yeah. The second one was a New York based. Hovel, I apologize if someone on the chat could bring it up, or if you remember, I can maybe look it up real quick. But he had this larger position at Hovel. And that firm, okay, and keep in mind, when we're talking about these large law firms, they're involved in, large corporations. They're involved in bringing companies public, on the stock market. But Scott Green was involved in all these high-end kind of stuff as an accountant. He kind of knew this, and it's kind of relevant. The reason I bring it up is how the University of Phoenix ties in to Scott Green, because he left that law firm in 2019 to assume the position at the University of Idaho. Now, back to that law firm. That law firm had connections to Leon Black, who we know is identified in those papers that were released. He had given Jeffy Epi about $180 million, if I'm not mistaken, to assist him in accounting. Okay, so and this is so Leon Black is involved with that law firm and was represented. So it raises a question. I don't know, did they know each other? If you're the CEO of that powerful law firm, are you going to know one of your top clients? I don't know. I'm not going to say yes or no. I'll leave everyone to decide.
Okay, what do you guys in the comments think? Because Rhoda says, didn't Scott Green own a big law firm without being a lawyer? Yes, so that is weird because he's an accountant.
Yes.
And is this typical for somebody who's an accountant to own such a big law firm?
Absolutely no. He was the first, and to my knowledge.
Sorry, I might be asking. Sorry, guys, Rhoda Motor, Lucy, whoever's watching. Hi, Skull. Hi, everybody. So if I'm asking silly questions, it's because the law here in South Africa is very different. We don't have the federal government in this country. So it works a lot differently here than what it works over there. So this is also, it's a big learning hurdle for me because, wow. We have somewhat similar situations, but it's not exactly like it is there. But I do know that over here, you're not even, you can be a background investor in a law firm, but you cannot own a law firm if you do not have a bar license.
Well, that's still true, with an exception fairly recently in DC. But you're raising the distinction is he doesn't own the law firm. He's the CEO. He runs it. So ownership is different, because then you could.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the distinction I want to make. Scott Green was the CEO, basically ran the operations and used his accounting background for bringing companies, probably assisting them if they were going public, which is very relevant to how the University of Phoenix, because they were a publicly traded company, and how that
Yeah.
tied into Scott Green and the University of Idaho,
Yeah.
and how that pitch came about. So when he left the law firm in 2019, he took on the president of University of Idaho. Now, what I don't know, I don't know if anyone in the chat could, is when exactly, how did that opportunity come to the desk of Scott Green and the University of Idaho? Because, and I might be wrong on this, but someone could please check, the
Mm-hmm.
firm he was at last where he left in 2019 also represented, I think, the University of Phoenix. I could be wrong, but just check on that. It just shows, possible connections. I'm not saying there is any. It could be just, it's a big law firm. They don't have to know each other. But the ownership of the University of Phoenix, we talked about Leon Black, who's in the news as well. But on the board, the ownership of the University of Phoenix during this time of, when they were shopping around the University of Phoenix with the University of Idaho. And by the way, before the University of Idaho, I believe it was University of Arkansas that was also targeted for
Okay.
a potential buyer first, and then it went to the University of Idaho. But the
Yeah,
ownership,
that's true, right?
I was going to say I'm sorry. Go ahead, Wendy. You were saying. Can you hear me? Oh,
I can hear you. Did we lose you for a second there?
yeah. No,
Okay.
I think.
You're back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so the ownership of the University of Phoenix, it was Apollo Management, I believe,
Mm-hmm.
and the Vistria Group, and they owned basically the University of Phoenix. There was a parent company, Apollo Management International. I forgot what it was exactly, but Apollo Management. I'll just use that
Mm-hmm.
with a caveat that it might be a little longer. But on that board were very other influential members during that time of 2019 that had to step down. One was Robert Kraft. He was on the
Mm-hmm.
board members, one of the board members. Robert Kraft is the owner of the New England Patriots, who, by the way, was alleged to have was also in the papers and was charged with I don't know if it was a felony or a misdemeanor initially in Florida for going to a massage parlor. And I think there were connections to, at least alleged, to Jeffy Eppy.
Mm-hmm.
The allegations, I don't know. But I think ultimately it got dismissed um, on technicalities that they had less than a felony to a misdemeanor. But anyway, his name was listed. He took his, he resigned from that uh, being a board member for Apollo. And then there was another is it Josh Harris? There was another individual as well who owns sports teams or portions of them. One is the Commanders. He also was on the board, and he stepped down.
Oh, wow.
So
Okay.
um, now, why they stepped down, you know, I'm sure the magnifying lens would be on them, and especially with the regulatory work that would be needed, right? That's the
Um,
last thing they needed.
so I heard that board members of the University of Phoenix were answering to, I think it was Apollo's billionaire leader. What was his name? Mark Rowan.
Oh,
Well, was it Mark Rowan?
he was one of the, I believe, yes, that is one of them. And you also
Mhm.
had former Biden or Obama administration big figures in the administration who are also on the board, if I'm not mistaken. Just the names elude me right now, but Mark Rowan would definitely was somebody. If I remember correctly, it was on there. You're right.
Yeah, something like that. But I know that they didn't lower the price or renegotiate with Idaho. That this Apollo board actually they had some clause in the contract that allowed them to walk away, and that they I think they paid a termination fee of 17 million or something. You know,
Yeah,
something like that I heard.
that is correct, and that went to Scott Green's old law firm.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, also, although later, Josh Hurwitz works for a law firm. I forget the name now. They also were involved. Not that Josh Hurwitz was involved in the um, legalities of that potential purchase, but the law firm that Josh Hurwitz eventually went to was involved. I forgot how much of a fee they made. Maybe it was I can't remember exactly, but I think they
I
wrote
think Wall
some.
Street seized Apollo Global Management for
Yeah, that's what it was.
1.1 billion.
Yeah, Apollo Global. Yeah, that when they bought it.
Yeah,
Yes, they paid a lot of money.
yeah, 1.1 billion. There's like 1.1 billion reasons to look into that. Um,
Yeah, and don't
so
forget
yeah,
the cash money. I forgot it was about, I don't know how many hundreds of millions in cash would have been provided to the University of Idaho. And this is exactly in Scott Green's wheelhouse, is bringing something public. And don't forget, they were having issues, maintaining the University of Idaho as a non-profit versus, because it's a state institution, versus the University of Phoenix that was for profit and was on the stock exchange. So it was a publicly traded company.
oh,
So
really?
he was trying to do something. So yeah, so it raises a question: why would you even want to deal with this? Um,
Yeah.
because, but he could say, well, it would be bringing in money. And
Mm-hmm.
if I'm not mistaken, Scott Green, during his short tenure, brought in a lot of money for the University of Idaho, which was in some financial jeopardy during the time that he came there in 2019. I
Okay,
think
but
he
then
raised
here's a question.
yeah.
Then why did he use a shell company as a way to run this as a non-profit? We're
Oh,
going a little
because
bit off topic now.
yeah. Well, I think that had to do with it's kind of like a legal fiction, and that
Mm-hmm.
is, it's kind of like these walls we're talking about. You have the University of Idaho, right, that has its own board members and it's run by the state. So just you can't use that and change, because there'll be lawsuits left and right. It would be unconstitutional then to do something directly, taking in a for-profit and a, um,
Mm-hmm.
a publicly traded company. You
Yeah.
basically have to use your the 14th Amendment, Fifth Amendment takings clause. You have to take property seized and make it government property, right? So since
Yeah.
it's private, what Scott Green was trying to do is created a and I apologize. I have this information. I just didn't know we're going with this there,
Sorry,
but this,
Katya. We're going off topic, so we didn't
yeah, yeah, no,
prepare
but
for this, but we're just making this like very casual, you know. So
no,
we want to
I
address
love
your
it.
questions.
I love it because we're sharing ideas. It's just, awakening my mind as to all these things that were happening. But he basically, Scott Green, University of Idaho, had to create a shell company in which there
Mhm,
would be a separate board of governors, and the state would also have to basically have oversight over those board members who would be running the for-profit operation for the University of Phoenix. And then it's basically, you're right, a shell company, but they needed to do that. It's what we call a legal fiction. Yes, you needed
mhm,
that shell company to make it an arm's length transaction and transactions, because not only are you for profit, you're publicly traded. And if someone in the chat, if I'm wrong, please let me know if I'm wrong about that. Publicly traded, I'm pretty sure that's what I remember. That University of Phoenix was publicly traded, and they had, but it would allow Scott Green, or based on his experience and knowledge working at the law firm, that's in his wheelhouse. He would know exactly who to fundraise with, how to get donors or individuals or entities, businesses, to buy shares in that new shell company that would be operating the nonprofit university, I mean, for-profit University of Phoenix.
mhm.
So they
Does it
just
also
needed.
bypass the Constitution? Because I heard somewhere that by creating this shell company, it could issue, I think it was over 600 million in private bonds.
That makes perfect sense. Yeah, that's a way of raising yeah, because the
Yeah.
government, so yeah, because it's state operated. Wow. Okay, that's very interesting. If they were talking about selling bonds from the state, I know exactly how that would work, and I would now understand why the state was very reluctant or had
Mm.
concerns. Because what
Yeah, I
happens
mean,
if,
if they do this, it's technically an independent entity. So, I mean,
well,
they
with
could do this
state
without
oversight?
even, yeah, they could do this without violating any kind of state laws, correct?
Well, you raise the issue of bonds being so once you raise issues of bonds to help finance this for profit, who are the bonds going to be sold to? So if you and I were going to buy them, like we're citizens of, let's say we're citizens of Idaho, and the
Yeah.
University of Phoenix tanks, are bonds worthless? I mean, it raises a lot of questions and constitutional issues. And again,
Mhm.
I'm just analyzing this as we're just talking, but
As I looked into it, it was they agreed to something like $10 million taxpayer, just
oh, so if the
it,
taxpayers are
it's
going to be funding it now, okay, now that
mhm.
gets, wow. All
Just
right, now I
correct
understand
me,
why it's dicey.
anybody. Ida, how are you? Lucy, Roller. So, okay, yeah, hi everybody. So they said that it had something to do with this annual backstop, and this was to prop up the shell company.
I'm sorry. What about so raising the money, the taxpayer fundings for the shell
Yeah,
company?
I don't know if this is true, but it was rumored that it was basically just some rumor that I saw. So again, I'm not saying if it's true, but they said that the University of Idaho had agreed to a $10 million annual taxpayer backstop to prop up the shell company if federal clawbacks hits. So they said that they were lying about this zero risk to the taxpayers. So basically what they
Wow.
said is that if Phoenix collapsed under any kind of fraudulent penalties, then Idaho's flagship university would be bankrupted.
Yeah, because who all the taxpayers, is the University of Idaho really going to fall? No, they would. they would
No.
pass it on to the unfortunately the taxpayers, and I think that's what raised the constitutional issues. So whoever supported or whoever provided those constitutional kind of passes legally in a legal opinion, right? So anytime these kind of events happen, you need some sort of legal opinion, legal memorandum from independent sources that would come from a third party law firm that we talked
Mm-hmm.
about, and they would basically have hearings, um, and they would have the legal opinions and the experts discuss these and hash them out and raise the scenarios you're pointing out. What happens if this, this, and this? So something obviously happened where it didn't work out, where the risk would raise a
Yeah,
constitution.
I did read that a lot, that, there were a lot of government and federal officials involved in that. Inside your bones, hi, how are you? Yes. So, and that's why it was such a huge mess as to why this didn't go down and why the deal
Yeah.
was taken away.
Well, and not to go back to the case, but what relevance would the case have to this? And if we just, well, I'll just leave that question. What relevance does the case have potentially with what happened with the potential purchase of the University of Phoenix? Is there any
Mhm.
relationship, do you think, or causation?
Between this case and the purchase of the University of Idaho?
Yes.
Oh gosh.
I don't know. I'm just raising it.
I don't know. In the chat, what do you guys think? I don't know. Um, there was something to do with taxes. I know that, but I think, I always lean towards there was some scandal going on in the background. That's always been my thoughts, and we have spoken. We won't go into this in this video,
Right.
but something very ritualistic. And when I say ritual and cult, please don't think that I'm talking about, what they're saying on a movie set. I'm talking about like a real cult. I mean, these are government officials, judges, corrupt lawyers, politicians. And so they were running something, and there's some scandal that I think this scandal is so hidden. And that's why this book has come out now, because they know they know this scandal is going to come out. I don't know what it is. There is something I can't quite place my finger on how deep it ties, but there is some embarrassment and scandal that they are trying to cover up. It could be, I don't know how it would tie in with the purchase of the university, but
Well, maybe that was too specific as far as if we want to generalize something. If we know
Mhm,
there's certain important individuals on the board, right,
mhm,
of the University of Phoenix in one way, shape, or form, having stepped down or were currently at the time in 2023. I'm assuming in 2022 they must have known about it as well. We don't have any facts to support it, but usually you just don't go into buying something unless you've done some type of due diligence beforehand. So that would put you in
mhm,
2022. Um,
mhm,
I'm just simply suggesting potentially that you have admini- uh, presidential administrative officials on the board of University of Phoenix, and whether some aspects of the crime in Moscow could be pinned, not the deaths necessarily, the unalivings, excuse me, not necessarily the unalivings, but it could be someone involved in the unalivings that was allowed to get into the country, for example,
mhm, mhm.
and it would be a
I am
political.
gonna do I am gonna do a video on that now. Just just like a off topic here is when they when they traffic human beings,
Yes.
Or they could take people in and out of any location and bring people into the location as well. So I'll get into a little bit more of that in my video, but I mean, these people are not even documented. So I don't know exactly how to tie it to the purchase of the university, because we're going off topic here a little bit, but
it's not exactly the purchase. I'm just talking about the board members. It's not like the money exchanging hand. I'm not talking about that.
The money itself might be a front for what they're actually doing, because they have to, they've got to funnel that money somewhere.
Yeah.
So that money could be funneled through this attempted purchase of the university, but because they have all these shell companies and organizations that basically only exist on paper, it feels to me like it's a front for trafficking. I don't know if anyone in the chat makes sense. And that leans back to what you were saying. Is it possible that Brian knew about all of these things? How deep is his involvement? Was he looking into it himself? I believe that at some point, I don't know, I believe at some point he did become aware of what was going on. If not, then he was specifically sent there. As you mentioned, it's a possibility that he was sent there to investigate that.
Well, he wouldn't be able to investigate it on his own.
No.
Part of a but yes,
yes.
I see what you're going with this. I'm just saying, so people don't. But yeah, it could very well be he would be either embedded or part of. He could be uploading information or gathering information using. Don't forget. It's my opinion. He had a top security clearance.
It's possible.
And that's just my opinion. But yeah, and why he would be used or have knowledge of things that were going around and being involved when a joint task force operation was going on. So that's just kind of insight into it.
He could have been very well. And I know we spoke about your thoughts of him being in WITSEC. Do you want to chat about that a little bit?
Sure. So just so everyone knows, a state prisoner, there is a path for a state prisoner to get into a federal WITSEC program. And so that's not unusual. And, if we think about, we've not heard anything about Brian Kohberger. He doesn't talk. His parents don't talk. His parents could also be being protected. I don't know. But it makes sense that he was placed in a high security corridor. I forgot what it was called regarding the medical. They use the medical basis for it, but it's highly.
It's a specialized housing unit because
He's in a specialized housing unit, which, if you're going to go through this process, you have to be placed there until you're cleared and screened, so you're not risking the individual or anyone involved in that transfer into the WITSEC program. So there's a lot that goes with it. And so that whole process, going into state prison doesn't mean you actually stay there. And we have no basis to know that he's still in there. And he could be in WITSEC. He could already have a new identity. We don't even know. And I forgot one of the things I found very peculiar were the different pictures of what Brian Kohberger looked like or would be presented on the internet. That's an interesting thing to see, so many different pictures, unless it's just me. Did you see different versions of Brian Kohberger, the defendant? Have you seen different pictures?
It's very strange. Yeah, it's very strange. At one point I actually thought they are sedating him or I don't want to use the word. Well, I'm going to use it. I don't care if they monetize my channel or not. Pretty much don't care about that. Drugging him, okay, because he might have known. So I don't know if that would explain the drastic change in his appearance. Or do you mean something different when you look at the pictures of him?
No,
Like
they look
different
like
ages that he appears to be?
it looks like a different person. So is
Mm-hmm.
that, to me, that's just not a coincidence, but it's intentional. And is it intentional for identifying him? Because if he's in WITSEC, the last thing you want is to have an identifying picture, right? That identifies you how you are. And don't forget, in order to get into WITSEC, you got to qualify. You got to go through psychological testing, which may have been happening during the pending trial phase. Right before trial, they were talking about, there was discussions of him being evaluated and the like. But I'm saying you have a psychological phase that you have to. It's very rigorous to make sure you're going to withstand that type of change in isolation and the like. So there's a process before you get into WITSEC, and that kind of makes sense of being held at the state
I don't know
prison.
what to believe with that. You know, that's part of me wants to believe that that is the truth of it. But I don't know, because if that was the case, wouldn't they keep this very, very much on the down low? Sorry, I dropped something here. Sorry about that. But also, is there a possibility? So let's say now he's not in WITSEC and he's in a special housing unit. Okay.
Right.
Then that video that came out, I mean, that pretty much showed him in that housing unit where he was being filmed. I mean, that was very strange, that video. Did
How did that
anybody
get
see
leaked?
that?
How did that get leaked?
Yeah, that was something that was very strange. Did any of you in the chat see that video? Like him, that they took a video and apparently I think he was throwing stuff in the trash and, you know, he was just
In the
around his cell.
prison?
But who leaked that? Who leaked that? I mean, we still don't know who leaked that. Does anybody know?
Because the leak could be the multiple reasons for the leak. One is just somebody who happened to have, I mean, I don't believe that just happenstance. Someone has that. Two, is it the government leaking? Or three, when I say the government, I'm using that broadly. If he's in a
Mhm.
WITSEC program and if a federal operation is still going on, you would want, and why are they trying to identify him inside the prison?
Mm.
Because he could very well be, when you're in WITSEC, you get a new identity. He could be somewhere far off. He could be in Hawaii for all we know. Right? I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying if you're creating,
No,
it could be
no,
far
I
away.
mean, yes, it's possible to entertain a thought. I would love to think that he's not in prison. Part of me wants to believe that. Another part of me is like, wow, okay. But then you read the complaints, you know, because he did file complaints also about the treatment he's getting in prison. And I did look at those complaints quite a bit. Um, so that was regarding the treatment. So it's very difficult to kind of know for sure. But I mean, let's say now, I mean, that would be the first case scenario that he's in WITSEC. Second one, he's in a separate housing unit,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Now, if either or, but let's go with the second theory. That was my thing where I thought, okay, well, they're not going to put him with the rest of the prisoners because if you recall,
Yeah, they can't.
Steve Gonsalves' daughter, that Olivia, when she did her victim impact statement, I mean, this was 9 minutes of her talking. In fact, she's the one that made me very suspicious of this case to begin with, because she's she actually said at the end, you killed them in their sleep like a pedophile.
Yeah.
And I thought, why would you say something like that? That's ridiculous, because now the minute I watched that, I first I thought this was strange. And then she went on Brian Enton, because now she's some kind of celebrity threatening people left, right, and center. And you would think the judge would stop that kind of behavior. I mean, why would she use that word? Is it to brand him?
It's
Or
well, if you're going to call someone a pedophile who's about to go to jail, guess what's going to the intent is
Mhm.
that the prisoners in a general population will take some sort of tribute to you for being that kind of a person.
Exactly.
So it does raise that question. So to answer why she said that, it's just, you're right. It's a very specific word that triggers something, not in the
Yeah.
courtroom necessarily, although it did, but more so in prison.
And remember, this was said after they said that there's nothing tying him to stalking. So,
Yeah, there's
yeah.
nothing to any of the victims. There's no.
And once we all know now that they were not sleeping. So it was very theatrical, because people came out um, and interviewed her. Like, of course, Brian Enton, that guy, I don't know, sorry, I'm just going to say something off the record here, but when that guy comes on my screen, I actually want to smash his face in. I can't deal with that guy. I'm not a violent person, guys, but anyway, um, Brian Enton brings out something nasty in me, because if you look at the way he presents his information, so polished and poised and everything, but he's got this exterior appearance of, I'm just doing investigation. I was the first at the scene. I'm feeding you factual information, but he's lying at the same time. Till this day, he will lie about facts and certain parts of the case. And and he's not the only one. Brian Enton isn't the only one. But I got okay, back to the courtroom. So he interviewed her, and he didn't ask her, "Hey, why did you say something like that?" It's almost as if she was leaving a clue. And
Well, it could be a clue on two sides. And I was going to say, one is that it, it's to invoke some sort of response within the jail
Mhm,
physically by other inmates. The other thing is by giving him that title as a PDF, um,
mhm,
you also provide the grounds for him to be in a secure area where
mhm,
that title, we take it a certain way. Oh, he's not, he may not be, but by doing that, it causes concern for his safety, in which he now they have to ensure his safety because that title was given to him. And when you give someone that title, there's usually some sort of
mhm,
retribution occurring within that jail in the general population. So he's going to be maintained in a secure area outside of the general population, right? So
yeah,
it could be taken two ways. So it could have been a protective statement for him. And I know it's hard to wrap around that, but I'm just saying, if it just allows itself. That title provides two things to possibly happen. One is obviously the general population is going to have some retribution on someone like that, and two, it forces the warden to take measures to protect that inmate going in with that title,
mhm.
if it's to be believed. I'm not saying anyone should believe it at
Yeah.
all, but
Okay, so let's talk about now, because now we have this post-conviction relief that's coming up. I believe on the 2nd of September, correct? So I think that's when we're going to start to see things happen, right? And so that's where we get to Whitcomb and his book, right?
ineffective assistance to counsel. Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
So is this not a form of sabotage?
there's two ways to look at it. One way is to say, okay, outsiders are sabotaging a case against the defense counsel. Another way to look at it, and possibly it is to say that defense counsel, it's defense counsel's plan to do it this way. Because
How go explain that a bit?
yeah, let me explain it. So getting removed, let me just back up a second. As defense counsel, people think, as a defendant, you have a right to fire your attorney. And she was, and the defense counsel was appointed, if I'm not mistaken, or initially. So they were appointed counsel. And a judge has to remove you. So even if a client wants to remove their attorney, especially when you dealt with a death penalty case, there's oversight by the judge to make sure, okay, you want to remove your attorney, but who are you going to replace them with? And if you're going to replace them with, don't forget what we raised initially, are they qualified to handle this case? So you need a death penalty expert, potentially, someone with the experience. And also, don't forget, our theory of a parallel proceeding is if there's national security issues involved, do they have a security clearance? And can they qualify for one? So no one's really talking about that aspect of it, that these requirements might be there that stop someone else from coming into the case, even if they wanted to come into the case. You have to be you have to be qualified at different levels, right? Under our scenario, again, not that there was, but we know for a fact there were parallel proceedings as far as subpoenas are concerned. That I think is pretty much established. I don't think there's any argument there. But
So because he pleaded guilty, so let's say he wants to challenge his life sentence. From what I understand, because he pled guilty, there's only two things that he can do. He can argue that the media leaks and the state violations of the gag order corrupted the justice system before he even signed these papers. That's the first thing. And the second thing is he could argue coercion, that he was under such extreme legal pressure from the state that his only choice was to plead guilty, and it wasn't actually a voluntary plea. Is that correct?
well, I think, well, there could be more to this. That's why I'm saying. But to address your questions, yes, that's kind of so. In the post-conviction relief of ineffective assistance of counsel, you have the subject matter jurisdiction that you raised. That when the warrants were the grand jury indicting him, probable cause, that they used a different standard in Idaho than previously was the case a few years back. I'm trying to remember exactly. So rather than just probable cause, you needed a reasonable doubt. I think that was the issue. And that was the standard maybe 5-6 years before then. And it was codified and it was changed. I apologize. I don't know enough about it, but it is that issue. It's the standard of proof necessary for the arrest warrant to have been issued in Idaho. and whether that is probable cause or reasonable doubt. I think that's one of the issues for defense counsel that they're raising, and that's more of a procedural issue, because if you're and a substantive one before he's arrested, because it's part of the arrest. So if it's lacking that power, that inherent power to arrest him, then the whole case kind of unfolds, because the court never had the power to indict. I mean, the grand jury never had a power to indict him, and so the case falls apart. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. So what would happen then if that is the case, and they file this by the 2nd of September? What happens to Brian in that case?
Well, one is that he could walk, right? That this violated the Constitution. It didn't meet that standard, and the court never had the power to issue that arrest warrant. Now,
Mm-hmm.
is there any remedy? I'm just thinking out loud. Is there a remedy for that? Because I can't remember now if defense counsel raised that issue early on. Is that waivable? And I think it's not waivable. You can't waive. So let's say you know that this problem exists, right? Even if you didn't raise it during the trial stage of the case, right? In the motions practice, let's say you didn't raise it, and you wait till after you're convicted and you raise it post-conviction relief.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that could be waived. It's a constitutional issue, and it's an inherent power issue. So that survives. So even if you don't raise it below, because usually things on appeal are only dealt with what happened below. We obviously know that appellate issues are kind of gone, except for those specific things that are post-conviction relief. But it also goes to the ineffective assistance of counsel argument, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how it was dealt below. So I don't know the answer to that, as far as, how much defense counsel raised it after the fact, or was it during the trial phase? I'm assuming it was done during the trial phase. I just don't know. And I don't know if that's been publicly available or not. But to your question.
Well, she was dumped with a huge amount of information.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Just before this. So,
Trial.
yes.
And don't forget, do we know what document? I mean, I don't know, but the documents, are they classified documents, which you have to look at them in a SCIF? Are these the type of documents you could share with other attorneys who may or may not have a security clearance? Again, I'm not saying it's a national security, or is it classified information? If it's classified information that exists there, you need to have certain type of clearances or court orders. So if it doesn't reach the level of a national security, but it's classified
Mm-hmm.
information at a state level, then Judge Hippler would be in charge of, who gets to see that kind of information. But I don't know the underlying, so I apologize. I don't know the underlying info regarding this and how it was at all dealt.
It's going to be interesting to see how it played out. Roller motor. It's nice to meet you. I've seen you on Outcast chats. So
I appreciate your time.
He says he's a Los Angeles gang member. Please, I want to come over there to Los Angeles. I've never been outside that skulls that side as well. So yeah. So does anybody have any questions? I also want to get involved in some kind of
Oh.
So I get involved. No, oh my gosh. When I see this happening,
Yeah.
I mean, so we pretty much got what, June, July, August. We've got 3 months, and then hopefully we're going to see something happening, because I do believe this defense team is working for him still, and Taylor and the rest of the defense team, Bika Barlow, and I can't remember the other one's name.
Bika, did you say Bika
Is it
Barlow?
Bika Barlow? I'm not sure. I don't have the names in front of me right now, so sorry guys if my brain's a bit scattered. But Are they
Well, there's
working
a
on
lot.
something? This is the question. You know, last year he had 42 days to do the appeal, which he didn't do. Why do you think he didn't do that?
Um,
Is it because of the information?
so it depends. If you're going to raise, like what we're talking about, the parallel proceeding, and if it involved, let's say, classified information, national security information, or stuff like that, that defense counsel may have obtained a security clearance for, may have signed a 312 document. How do you put that in an appeal? You can't. So,
No.
and how do you approach it? So what I'm
Mhm.
looking at, defense counsel, and I'm glad you raised it, regarding the subject matter power, the inherent power of the court to hear the case to begin with. That's a powerful motion, just because it could unwind everything. And it
Mhm.
also provides the ability of, that doesn't attack any of the evidence, right? It's just it's a
No,
legal
yeah.
standard that was either followed or not followed, and whether there's any remedy for it absent a clear dismissal, I don't know the answer to that.
Mhm.
So, but it's a way of knocking out the case, and that's the most powerful way, where you don't even get to the substance of the case.
Mhm.
It's a procedural kind of attack. And so other reasons why it has to be strategic, because everyone,
Mhm.
it can't, we have to look at why wouldn't it happen? Post conviction relief. Is it going to happen? There's a lot of what ifs, is in my theory. But if doing a post-conviction relief, and then you also have the habeas corpus petition that you could do after that, which would be in federal court, which brings up a
Mhm.
whole other issue. If you do believe anything that I've said, or if it interests you, I'm not saying, I have no idea, but we do know that federal grand jury was involved in obtaining evidence regarding the defendant. So if you're going to wait, and there's an Achilles heel there, that post
Mhm.
conviction relief could be addressed through a federal habeas petition, in which you go
Mhm.
into a federal court, and maybe the federal court that issued those grand jury subpoenas. And that's where your real battle is going to be, where you're going to expose the background. What
Mhm.
was this a federal operation? It involved national security. Why do we have to go through closed door sessions? I'm just raising questions again. But you will have the ability, if any of this is true regarding the classification of the information and it being withheld, if any of that's true, your best bet would be through a habeas petition, federal.
Mhm. But wouldn't
If
that
that's what
expose
she's waiting
everything?
for. If that's what she's waiting for. Again, I have no clue.
If that is.
Yeah.
I don't know. I always had a feeling that so if you look at ancient times and the legal system, my thought was always that Brian didn't say a word. He exercised his right to remain silent because he knew that these people were very corrupt. So that is also one way that I've looked at it, is that the minute he saw Hitler, because he basically looks like the Grim Reaper. Have you seen any
Yes, he does.
you
You're
see
right.
any judge, right? Um, any judge in a courtroom, they look like the Grim Reaper, and it also ties into the ritual aspects of it. And I'm sure this guy, he's pretty bright. I don't know, I just get an idea. He's pretty bright, and when he saw him, he probably recognized he was walking. If he's not in WITSEC, let's say,
Yeah.
he realized, okay, I'm walking into a cult, basically, because this is like a mock execution. It always has been with the media that they have been performing this mock execution on him. So
Wow.
that could be one way of looking at why he has remained silent. Because, you know, if you look at Hitler, I mean, he sits there like this, like he doesn't have a spine. He actually can't even sit up straight. He just sits there, and he's always got his, you know. I won't put my cam on and show you because I need a long coat and everything. But I've never seen. I mean, I've seen this happen in a courtroom, but I know they can't show emotion really. But this guy was so bored. You know, like, get it over. I already know what's going to happen in this case. And
Well, the interesting thing that you're raising, body language does influence people. If it went to trial and he continued doing those are the kind of things in the aggregate you could tie in and raise on appeal.
Mhm.
But obviously, he never went to trial. If a judge is sending signals to like the jury, like making his posture, putting his hands in his face, he's not saying anything, but it sends a message to the jury. Also, so that's one thing if it happened in trial. Obviously, this didn't. But it was also
Mhm.
sending messages to the public when it was being shown on TV, also sending messages to defense counsel that, they're barking up the wrong tree on that argument. They better stop. But they also had closed door sessions. So could you imagine in closed door what he was doing? So
I have no idea what he would be doing, but I mean, you know, let's imagine that this had gone to trial. And I think this is why it didn't go to trial. There has to be a reason as to why
yes,
they accepted this
the
kind of like
skeletal plea.
skeletal plea. Sorry,
I call it.
it's been a long day.
I'll write a book and
Um,
call it the
is
skeletal plea.
can you imagine putting Dylan or Bethany on that stand and them being cross-questioned? That would be
No,
ridiculous
it
because
wouldn't.
they wouldn't be able to answer any of those questions.
Yes, especially, you know, when you bring them up, obviously, college kids are going to be drinking. But
Mhm.
when the testimonies used to thread a needle to get probable cause in such a way, where I'm just saying, when you're looking at it from my eyes, looking at you needed witnesses who both are able to be corroborated by another person while also providing a basis not to believe them, whether they're drunk, they don't remember, the like. But they gave enough, right? Wearing black, bushy
Mhm.
eyebrows. Then who else? You had Bethany Funk, who stated Dylan came to her home talking about, there's a man in the house, blah, blah, blah. Then you had Molly
Mhm.
McMichael, right, saying, I saw Brian Koberger. So you have these individuals who by themselves and even together, but by themselves is so ridiculous for any law enforcement officer to believe, but yet it was in the PCA. So it begs the question, who was behind this threading and why?
Mhm. So probable cause, a lot of people think that, you know, and I've seen this with people online sometimes when they talk about the case, um, they think when you have a probable cause affidavit that the case is solved. But
Oh,
the truth is, probable cause is just probable cause to start your investigation, right?
well, to you could arrest.
To
You could
arrest,
arrest them.
to
Yeah.
arrest. But that is basically when the investigation starts. So a lot of people have the mindset that because of the probable cause, this was all solved. Everything that was stated in there is gospel truth. But it isn't because you know, I know a lot of people have said to me sometimes that I'm very harsh on Dylan and Bethany because, you know, shame, they're college students. You don't want to be harsh on them. And I don't because I understand that these are college students. And how old were they at the time that this happened? 21.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Kaylee was the oldest, right? 21, 21.
okay, I'm not sure, guys in the chat, if you are watching, just correct me on the ages. But you know, I think people who speak on this have two sides. Either they have children and they've never ever held their children responsible or accountable for anything, or they don't have children and they don't know how deceptive children can be. So for me, I can tell you, I mean, I have kids that age, and when they lie, you know they're lying
Sure.
because when they make trouble, they will say anything to get themselves out of it. But I'm just talking about general trouble. When something happens like a murder or something like that, it's very unnatural for children not to run and contact their parents immediately and say, "What do I do?" You know, because
Yes.
you know, when children make general trouble, they would run to their friends and they'll kind of cover it up. So if they were drinking or if they got into some fight at a party or anything like that, okay, they're not going to tell their parents, they're going to run to their friends because their friends can help them establish some kind of alibi.
Yeah.
But when you have a crime and there are bodies involved, trust me, your child will never, they won't. They will be so scared and they're gonna run to their parents and like, well, you know what? There's bodies in the house. I'm freaking out.
You
What
better
do I
believe
do?
it. Yes.
Because that's like when you facing real tragedy, of course, who are you gonna run to? Your parents, because that's where you feel the safest. But this didn't happen with those students. And you know,
More red
obviously
flag.
I haven't read the book finished. I know that people have said, Whitcomb said that, you know, the crime scene was staged. A lot of people said, okay, you know, Dylan committed this crime on her own. But no, think about it. A girl at that age doesn't have the sense to commit the crime and lie and clean up and then determine what is going to happen in a probable cause affidavit in a courtroom. No, that's too much of a stretch.
Yeah. Because she would be exposed.
Mhm.
She would be exposed for what she is. Whatever everyone wants, any on either side, she would be exposed. Whether you believe that she was, traumatized so much or drunk, and that's the reason why, she didn't call. But it's also a natural. Just let me say this: it's also a natural for a friend. If you go out with friends and you drink, you have a responsibility to your friend, or even if you don't go out to drink, but you have friends that you share a lot of time with. The most unnatural response is if you see them on the ground and not have no concern at all for their well-being. So,
No, especially another female.
it,
Roller Motor said, I must ask you, how do females join a gang? I don't know, Roller Motor. We're gonna have to ask Dylan. I don't think Big Amish will know. We'll have to ask Dylan because yeah, Dylan has the answer, and yeah, that's like very disturbing.
there,
So that will bring us to some other point here that I wanted to talk about. Okay, so let's go back. Go back to I made so many notes, and then now we always go off topic, but that's also fun.
yeah,
Okay, so we spoke about Kaylee applying for that IT job. Do you want to talk about that?
Oh, extreme networks.
A roller motor, by the way, just let's see. I think Big Amish, it's like a nickname. Please tell us where your nickname came from before we go into that.
That was given to me by a dear friend about 15, 20 years ago at a party.
What did you do to earn that nickname? Do you want to tell us? It might explain the gang side of it.
Oh, it was my attire. I had a collared shirt. It was at a party, and it just stuck with me for a while.
Okay, fair enough. We won't put you on the spot with that. I also have a lot of nicknames. I don't make them public.
Yes, so nicknames are great. Yeah.
And I use nicknames for everyone, so yeah, I'll get you all your nicknames. But anyways, let's go on. So Katie applied for that IT job because something that always comes up in conversation is that spare room.
Yes.
Now this will tie into the parallel proceedings because obviously I tried to see where she applied. I couldn't find the company. Does anybody know?
Extreme networks.
Okay. So they said that Kaylee was using that spare bedroom to work out of.
Yeah, that's what we know. But before you go on, I just want to point out, and maybe the chat, is it Emily? I could be wrong. I'm trying to remember the girl who said she had leased that bedroom, like
Yeah, it was
during the summer.
Ashlyn. The girl's name was
Ashley, I think it was
Ashlyn.
Ashley.
Ashlyn Couch.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Ashley. Yes, that just raises a red flag. Who had the master? Like, what I don't understand, and maybe you could shed some light on this, Wendy, or the chat. I don't understand. Was there a master lease on this home, or was the property management just issuing rooms to lease, which is
No, they all went to a leasing agency, I believe. Correct me, anybody, if I'm wrong. And they signed the lease together, all six of them. So not Ethan, it was Maddie, Kaylee, Bethany, Dylan, and Ashlyn, and who was the other girl? There was another girl. Dana, sorry. So there were six of them, yes. So
but they all had individual leases, because
no, I think it was a joint lease.
it was a joint lease, but the
But
lease
for
is
some
not
reason,
public.
Ashlyn moved out of that house pretty soon afterwards.
Yeah, that's what I don't have enough knowledge about what really happened there, and I don't know if it's that transparent,
Mm-hmm.
because Ashley, she was in one of the sororities, right, with one of the
Mm-hmm.
victims, and so you're paying for a lease, but you're not staying there. But
Mm.
I'm because that doesn't add up to me. Because that's why I think that room was used for whole different purposes, but I don't know.
Mm.
It just raises a question.
So if Katie was working out of that room and she was working for a place like Extreme Networks, right?
Yeah.
Then, as you mentioned, I mean, she wouldn't be able to work from her laptop in that spare bedroom, right? She would need some kind of clearance in order to work for that company.
Well, Extreme Networks, just to back up a second, to my understanding, they provide software and some hardware to the federal government, federal agencies, and the like.
Mm-hmm.
So they contract and provide software and that. Now, if you have a job with Extreme Networks, that's in a private sector, right?
Mm-hmm.
Typically, they might have requirements of you to use their computer. right? And maybe
Mm-hmm.
someone in the chat have this experience, but they give you a computer or they train you on it. I don't know if this happened or not, but all I know is that I think there was a computer missing that they identified, or a hard drive. Um,
Mm-hmm.
that if you that the the computer, and there might also be a router involved. I don't know. I'm just saying,
Mm-hmm.
but that doesn't happen all the time. I'm just saying, if Extreme Networks gave a computer to Kaylee in advance, that it would be somehow secured, and you would have to use their router or however you will gain access to it, and it would be
Mm-hmm.
independent from any other device that you might have. So they could trace what's going on, strokes, key, the camera, and so they'll know, the employer. It's for the employer's benefit to do that.
Yeah, as I mentioned to you, even with my work, you wouldn't use your private laptop to work from. You have to use theirs.
Right.
So, and this is for security purposes.
Right. And so, and if you're using it, I'm also assuming that anyone who has a device that's picking up or trying to find a network, it might show up to Extreme Networks of
Mm-hmm.
someone being in that area and leaving a digital footprint. Possibly. I have no idea. But I don't know if that
Let
makes
me
sense at
answer
all.
here. So yes, I did. I don't know this is what they said, that Kaylee had a desk and a computer in her room. But one of the interesting things is that if you work for a company like that, most companies, I'm not sure in America how it works, but you know, you're not allowed to work from your own private laptop in there. And you'd be checked all the time. So I don't know. That's just something interesting that I found. But then okay, then they were talking about a black van outside of Jack's parents' house. Um, wow, okay. No, don't worry. You guys can be in and out. It's fun. I also do the same with chats. But it is very interesting that, if Kaylee was supposed to have also, at one point to her that she moved out, then why would she be setting up her workstation in that room?
It doesn't make sense, especially just for the weekend. What, right? I mean,
Hmm.
why is her computer in there? Well, that's my understanding, that she'd come down for that weekend. Am I wrong?
Mhm.
Or if I'm wrong?
No, you're correct. Dylan apparently went to fetch her up in Coeur d'Alene by her parents' house and then brought her back. She was supposed to be her plus one at some formal, but then she didn't go. So,
Yeah, it begs a question with Kaylee that, not with Extreme Networks. I won't, it's a private company, but if you worked for the government, clearly you would have to get these clearances. They may have had a
mhm.
private background check on her, but could Kaylee have been somehow a confidential human source? Uh,
I think it's possible. I do think it's possible. Remember in the beginning, they always said that Maddie was the target of this, and I jumped between them because I don't know who was the target. I sometimes believe it was all four of them.
well, according to the prosecution, it was Maddie who was unalived first, correct? Or am I wrong with that?
I'm not sure that. I think that's what they said. First, Maddie, yes. According to them, I don't know how they determined this. I really don't. Maddie, then Kaylee, then Zana, and then Ethan last. That was the official story at first that we were told.
Yeah, so Maddie, and especially given that statement that she said, that you hear, that she told Adam everything or whatever it was.
Mhm.
If she was the first person unalived. Certainly there's an area that should have been explored. I don't know how much have been explored regarding Adam. And is there an interview with Adam? I don't know if there.
I think there is. The thing about this is I don't believe that any of this happened in that house at all. I don't. And that's why I'm saying it's very important to talk about the parallel investigation, because if you look at it like that, I mean, there's various reasons that I don't believe it happened inside the house. But I won't get into that now.
Yeah.
But there were stories early on. I think I did send you a post. I think I sent you a link. Now, let's say this was pre-planned and the attack happened outside.
Yeah.
Then that falls into a completely different category, and it explains the parallel investigation, because then this wouldn't have been the first incident of this happening.
Yes. I tend to look. That doesn't look, from the photos I've seen, that doesn't look like a house that a quadruple murder occurred. Now, in some areas you have blood. It begs that question. So I'm open to that, and it makes sense that this happened outside. You have an 8-hour. We know there's at least an 8-hour gap. Well, an 8-hour between when the bodies are found and what allegedly the time of what Dylan Mortensen tells us. Right. So, and if you back up a second, here's making me think a little bit. Thank you, Wendy. To me, the victims were not only stalked, they had handlers. There was someone with them at all times monitoring their movement. And we know they were taking in vehicles. They were in vehicles at some point. Well, Xana and Ethan, we don't know, right? So we just know about their fraternity when they said they left. But Maddie and Kaylee, we know, were in a vehicle. Now, if you're in a vehicle, do we know if there were anybody else in the vehicle at any time? Could there have been, were their movements controlled? They're taken to another place. We also don't know about Xana and Ethan. Really, they could have been taken to another place as well. And to go along with your suggesting, something happening outside the house, to me, that makes perfect sense, because then if you're, they didn't have to be unalived outside, or partially. That I'm just saying, a lot of things probably happened, in my opinion, outside the home. And then you have what happened inside the home to stage, right? Adding knife wounds, or blood. But something had to have happened outside of that house. And they had to have been controlled. And then maybe if they get to the house, there's multiple people involved. And this reminds me, there was a case in 2013 that involved basically kidnapping. There was I guess it was part of a cartel group. And first name is Amador Sanchez Mendoza, if someone knows about that case. And there was a unaliving of an individual called David Whitman. And so David Whitman,
was that in Idaho?
I believe it was either in Idaho or Washington, but they had contact. I believe one of the two. And the reason it sticks out with me is twofold. One, they were basically kidnapped, and the one person, the male was unalived. The female was told either you're going to get unalived or you're going to have to leave with one other person and keep your mouth shut, basically. But what she ended up seeing, the reason it's triggering something now, she ended up seeing and testifying, and maybe I should try and get transcripts on this, but she testified that when she got out of the room, because they kept her in a room so she couldn't see anything happening to her boyfriend, right? The unaliving. But she ended up
Mhm.
opening the door and getting out at a later time. At that later time, she's witnessing a cleanup of the
Wow.
scene. And so, um, and that's making me, so you have, again, I'm not saying it has any connection, but I'm seeing that,
I'm gonna look into that.
yeah, but it just triggered something. And then, so she testified, regarding the cleanup, and there were women involved in the cleanup.
Mhm.
So it wasn't, just it was females who were involved in the cleanup.
Yeah, it's kind of
Um,
what I believe sometimes, that this was a um, trafficking, and of course they use women to recruit other women. So I mean, these could be students, these could be law enforcement officers, they could be residents that are part of this cult that I believe is running Idaho. But and that's why I say a lot of this, I believe, happened outside of the house, and it was later staged to look inside the house. Because if Dylan and Bethany were inside that house, there is absolutely no way. Think about this.
you
They go
can't believe.
down, Dylan goes to Bethany's room, right? So
Yeah.
none of them had to use the bathroom in 8 hours. I don't know. Most girls will tell you they got to use the bathroom at some point. So,
Within a couple of hours after drinking, especially.
especially after drinking. So how would you not smell what happened inside the house? I mean, I've been on a crime scene, so I know I can tell you I've seen more evidence where two people have lost their lives on a crime scene than what you're seeing happen here. So at the minute they released the images, I knew they were fake.
What do you make out of the, um, uh, Ethan's Ethan being naked and unalived? I mean, that doesn't. He just gets I mean, it just doesn't. Something doesn't add up here, at all. So more I think about it, I do believe, being transported, or however he got there,
Yeah,
um,
yeah.
removing his clothes. Something about his clothes were, and you're going to want to destroy those clothes. So something happened to him
You know,
outside. Yeah.
in some images, I think that him and Senna were like, shall I say this? I'm gonna say anyway. Um, if they were targeted and they were humiliated and filmed outside of the house, then it is very possible that part of it was undressing him. It also could be to throw people off, but why? Why would he? You know, a lot of people said, okay, well, he just slept naked. But I mean, I don't know. I,
Well,
I don't know. But then
did
why
he
why
always
cover
sleep naked
him?
before?
Why cover him with a blanket? Like he didn't cover himself.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So yeah, that's a good point. So the blanket came after his death. Yeah. So who covered him up?
Roller motor brings up a good point. DNA. So yeah, maybe they messed on. I don't know if you're meaning that maybe there was DNA on his clothes and they had to remove it. That is a very good point as well. So
Well, who has the ability to take the time to remove it, and then you're going to destroy it in some way? So
mhm,
that's going to be destroyed. If you went through all that effort to take his clothes off and everything else, that that's that means
yeah,
that clothes has been destroyed in some fashion, where they put in a dump. Well, not even a dumpster, but they're going to destroy that evidence, just like the knife
mhm,
is missing. You know, um, or any other object. There's no weapon on scene, and this allegedly
mhm.
happened in a few minutes.
So Rolomoto also said yes, law enforcement and males. Yeah. So you'll just keep an eye out. I'm going to talk about that. Yeah, this was this was extreme hatred also towards Ethan. I feel, or some kind of humiliation towards him. Um, my husband has heard this story every night of his life since I started looking into it, and he also said that there's no way that it happened inside, and that, like, his theory was that Ethan was forced to watch what happened to Zana. I don't know.
Maybe.
He could be wrong.
Yeah.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know
No,
as
but
much. He
yeah,
just knows I
everyone
talk
has their
about it
theory.
every
Yeah,
day.
no one knows what happened.
Yeah, we don't. We don't. We can speculate, but yeah, that is a good point. Removing evidence. But another thing that's very strange. So if they say that Brian came down the stairs and encountered Sana, right? Here's my question. Why would he go and viciously attack her? But yet he comes face to face with Dylan and nothing happens to Dylan. Why would you leave a witness behind?
Because it was right. It was targeted.
They
How
needed her to build the probable cause affidavit.
Yeah. Well, you needed survive, right, and to throw off everyone. That's correct. If you're going to mastermind something, you're going to need witnesses who are devoid of credibility, yet who corroborating witnesses who are also devoid of credibility provide you the probable cause. Right? Think
Mhm.
about it. No one would ever take them serious on anything, but you corroborate Dylan's statement, her what she interviewed with. You combine that with Bethany. Said, "Oh yeah, here are the texts. She called me. Whatever. She was afraid she
Mhm.
saw somebody in the house." Then you have Molly McMichael. So again, and then eventually you have that 10 whatever cell DNA sample on the buckle a month or whatever, however long later it is. But as far as
Mhm.
you're right. You have three ladies, all with sketchy credibility at the very least. And
Mhm.
on their own, you don't believe them. But who threaded the needle? Who was responsible for this narrative to come about? And it was done in such a way where Dylan and Bethany, you could call them whatever you want, right? You go, oh, they were drunk girls, but the reality is that was the basis of the probable cause. So
Mhm.
who was behind this? And who has the ability to be behind it? Who has the ability to clean up, disrobe, have enough time, and feel comfortable enough to basically destroy evidence, disrobe someone who was just unalive?
That's true. And so Rhoda Motor says, yeah, because one of the perpetrators was Dylan's friend from high school. Um, that friend was dating Bethany and he dated Sana. Oh my gosh, I'll go check out your video. I did hear stories that people were jealous of Ethan and Xana's relationship. So I also did hear that they were having problems. But it's so weird. Like, geez, what is wrong with these kids?
Yeah, what? Yeah, it seems like they all have
I mean, we
checkered.
all had problems, think about when you were that age, right? And you're out and about and you're dating and with your boyfriend in high school or college or whatever. Okay, there's always been jealousy and there's always been problems or relationship problems.
Yeah, that was. I mean, there's always drama going around. Um, but it's just seeing this group and the individuals, even on the periphery of the group, all had some sort of, or their parents had some sort of checkered
But
past, allegedly.
I think there's a lot of them that's involved, not one or two, quite a few of them that seem sketchy. If anybody watched that wild program one night in Idaho, and so this is where that parallel investigation ties in, is because they could have known that. I mean, let's say this was pre-planned, and somebody has a
Yes.
mother or father or anybody who is a judge, a politician, law enforcement, anybody who might have that kind of clearance, would that be enough to cover up something like that? Just asking.
Well, it's if you have even a conspiracy of silence, not that even anyone knows about, but you could have a conspiracy of silence. In other words, and to assist in the conspiracy, if your interests align. So if you have an alignment of interest, and that's kind of what you're bringing up, where you assist in this cover up or what happened, you need an alignment of interest, and you could have that from a low level to a very high level. And what that alignment of interest is, it could be many things. It could be something you mentioned. It could be something regarding a cult. It could be something regarding human trafficking. It could be that you're a PDF. It could be something, uh,
Mhm.
what the interest could be $600 million worth. I don't know. But certainly the alignment of interest is something that needs to be looked into. Everyone playing a
Whatever
role.
it was, it's kind of very apparent that there were a lot of dodgy things going on in that town, still to this day, and even before this crime happened.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
I'm just
don't
saying
forget.
that explains the parallel investigation, that they could have been looking at a multitude of things at the same time. Is that possible?
Yes. Yeah, because you could have, don't forget, a parallel. So, for the federal jurisdiction, just in general, there could be an operation ongoing, and which is totally different than a parallel proceeding, but you could have a federal operation going on.
Hmm.
One of the things Josh Hurwitz did immediately when he was appointed U.S. attorney is he started going around to different towns and universities and colleges regarding he was against hate. So it was regarding protecting the LGBTQ community in general,
Wow,
Indians or
great.
other groups that have been targeted in the past. You go to tribal lands as well. But
Hmm.
if I'm not mistaken, in June of 2022 in Coeur d'Alene, I think there was a group called the Patriot Front, which is a white supremacist group. And I think they were arrested and charged, but I think they were trying to interfere with a parade or a LGBTQ parade or gathering that was happening there. But I raised that because that would fall. So hate crimes fall under federal jurisdiction. It could be a federal operation, a federal proceeding, right?
Hmm.
Use of firearms fall under federal jurisdiction. So you have a federal proceeding.
Yeah, that's very possible.
Yeah, and you could have and trafficking firearms and I mean that goes hand in hand, but also with human trafficking, that we know has existed. Federal operations have existed. Parallel proceedings, I'm sure, are going on in numerous jurisdictions at the same time. And then ultimately, human trafficking is a national security issue that we know.
Mhm.
The president talked about it, but that's a given. Now, when it's an isolated event, again, people don't realize that an isolated event by itself could be something local. But once you start adding the facts of where it touches, who does this person, how it relates to somebody else, and that somebody else is involved in a larger grouping, then it
Mhm.
implicates a larger and larger operation to where it leads to a national security issue, right? And so, you know,
So here in this country, they have a lot of active parallel investigations into human trafficking,
yeah,
and it's normally handled by what is called the Hawks, right?
okay,
They handle it on their own, so it's a little bit different than how it works in America. And this means that, okay, we have the South African Police Service, and they'll partner, but it'll go to the Hawks, you know what I mean? So because it's such a multi-layered crime, they actually do run parallel operations, like they will investigate cybercrime
yeah.
and
So the
finance.
Hawks are the feds, right? They're the feds, basically,
Uh,
our
I
equivalent.
wouldn't, no, I wouldn't really call them the equivalent of the feds. It's kind of like much on a much smaller scale, I would say.
Okay.
And yeah, so, but they do investigate syndicates um, that lure people in this country. So they'll do it because apparently a lot of them are taken to countries like Southeast Asia, and one thing they do here a lot is they give them a full
You froze. You froze, Wendy.
them. You know what I mean? So um, it's huge. About like 25, no, about 35 minutes from where I am is a big human trafficking hotspot in this country. It's wild.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
so the Hawks, yeah, they do work with it, but you know, there's a hotline and everything. But I do know they run parallel investigations into that.
So they have a
Roland Moses,
similar.
let me see, where did you send the link to? I don't know. He wanted me to play something. Did you send it to me? Sorry, let me just check. Uh, let's see. Let me see, where did he send it? He wanted me to play a video quickly, which I can do if you want. Yeah, so it's human trafficking hotspots.
Unfortunately,
Pretty
it's a
much.
big business, and it's everywhere,
It's.
especially. Oh,
How do I
actually,
make you a mod? Sorry, you know what, Roller Moses, sorry, I'm so bad with technical stuff. Let me do this. Sorry, what did I do? I did something weird there. I just want to say shut the whole stream off. Sorry.
okay.
Anyway, yeah, just now I cut us off completely. Sorry.
Are we back on? Or okay.
Are we on? Roller Motor, what I can do is what videos that I can also search it. Let's do this. I can do this. I can go on YouTube and search it. Let's do that quickly. I just don't want to cut it in. I'm so bad, hey, with tech, guys. Don't laugh at me.
You're fine.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know what I did there. Anyway, don't worry.
But is
Just don't want
everything
to I just don't
everything?
want to cut the stream off. So okay. So
Are we on still? Or
no, we still on. We good. Sorry, let me
okay.
not press anything weird here. Okay, Roller Motor, what do are we still on? Roller Motor, what? Hello? We still on? Okay. I did something weird there. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me search for his. What is your channel? Jeez, let's do go here. Let's see if I can find it. Could be interesting to watch. Check here quickly. See if I see it come up. Okay, give me a second. Let's go to that. Okay, let's go have a look. Is it the one with Kaylee on? Okay. Let's see. Okay.
Yo, it's cracking everyone. First of all, I saw the last speculation, my theory, my personal opinion, and my findings.
All right. So
I have my glasses on. I'm just looking at the chat. Apparently, I've been
sorry, no problem. Okay, I'm still here. Let's see if I can play this. I don't know if I can. No, I'm gonna cut us off. Okay. Roller motor, I'm gonna play it. Let me see. I'm doing something wrong here.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't know what I'm doing here. Hold on a sec. No, I don't know what I'm doing. Sorry. I'm gonna have to play around with it, but I can play it next time. I'll just save your video. But
Yeah, send me the link too, Wendy, if you can, or
I think if I press any more buttons, I'm gonna do that. I'm still new to StreamYard, guys. Sorry about that. Give me a second. But okay, anyway. Sorry about that. Okay, it's not going to work right now. I have to figure out how to make you a mod. Yeah. Like so basic with StreamYard, I don't really know how. I uploaded our files, and then as I go down, I'm like, what did I do? What did I do? Anyway, Rolla, I will definitely have a look at it. I'm definitely gonna have a look at your channel, because the last time I saw you was on Outcast, and I think that's where me and Big Amish also met. But we didn't speak for months. We were supposed to go live quite a bit. So okay. Is there anything else? So what I wanted to ask you before we go Okay, I think we covered everything in the parallel proceedings. I wanted to watch that video, but anyway, we will definitely. I'll watch it and I'll play it. If you don't mind, I can even share a bit of it on my channel, and I'll tag you in it for sure. So let's, before we close off, I don't want to keep you the whole day, but
We're good.
we're good. Okay, we can go live next Friday again if everybody's open with it. Okay, so what is everybody's opinion on this book? As I mentioned before, nobody's asked about his security clearance. Do you think does anybody think that even despite that he's bringing any valuable information into this, or
I was going to say regarding the book, that's how you know he also is under screening, is that he can't put certain information in there. That's how you know he still has a security clearance, and he has to get everything reviewed. And if there's anything that is of a concern on that scale, it's removed. He has no say in it, and no publisher could, there's so, and I'm pretty, so that's pretty clear that any information that's in the book is something that's publicly available, or has been, or is publicly available, even though we may not know about it yet, or doesn't raise any classified or national security concerns. So that's the only way he could. His book is always reviewed. Any book that he publishes or seeks to publish, that content is reviewed. There's no way around that one. And
well, he does. It's just very interesting that he doesn't actually come to a point with his conclusions, because he keeps saying, well, I'm not making any conclusions. But the whole point of any author writing a book is that they should have some kind of opinion on their writings, right?
Yep. And the reason you won't give an opinion is what? We kind of said it in the beginning. So if the FBI had an opinion of somebody who committed a crime, are they going to charge him or not charge him? So if he would say something that either he did it or he didn't do it, instead he's focused on evidence, right? And he's saying how he could be, that would cause his release, but he doesn't say about his innocence or guilt.
No.
And which raises the question, he's still a Fed because he can't say it. he's still operating. Whether
it feels like the book was released almost to save face in a way, and he's not taking any clear stance on what an author would do. I mean, any author would write something and they would take a stance on what they're writing, or they come to a conclusion. But this book does the complete opposite.
Yeah. Now, some may argue that he's just, that's all he's dealing with is the evidence. That's the argument. But if you know how, if you're still involved in the federal government in the way he was, that I think he still is involved. So that's why he's not going to, because that would impact potentially the case. If he gave you an opinion, because where's on one hand, he's saying he's got information that no one else has seen. So
I did a little bit of digging on him, and the Freemasonry runs pretty deep there. But yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Well, I'm still working on that. Yeah.
Interesting. Well, I might know I'm pretty sure he knows some of the people I know or worked around directly or indirectly. But he's an interesting guy. He certainly came out of the blue. Him and the expert, Mr. Turvey, at a very interesting point in time. So you're right, when all the fingers were pointing.
Something that you never see is a witness, and I think this is something we'll talk about quickly, is an expert will never normally speak against the defense attorney. Is this something that you've seen happen before?
I've never seen it unless there's a dispute of money. You never see that.
Yeah, you don't. I mean, it's just so
doesn't help.
strange that he came out like that and spoke against Ann Taylor.
So it begs the question, what was the intent? Because it's not part of his person. That's not how you do it. If you're going to comment about a case, you basically wait for everything's
Didn't he
exhausted.
sign a non-disclosure agreement?
That's my understanding. But yeah, you typically, you definitely do. And you're certainly not going to do anything. But in a way, they're not jeopardizing. That's why I'm saying there's something else behind here. I don't know. And the defense counsel, whether by design, because she can't say anything, right? It seems that way. And it kind of feeds into my narrative. So she's not really talking about anything. She just said that he violated the non-disclosure agreement.
Yeah, I think she did mention that. She did.
Yeah. So, and why now? So 3 months before something's about to drop, at least with the deadline to file the PCR. But there's something my guess is within the next few weeks, something's going to drop.
Oh yeah, I think so. I think it's going to become.
I don't know what it is, but it'll help us tie things in. That's my guess. 3, maybe 4 weeks, right before the holiday weekend here. I think it'll give us food for thought. That's my prediction.
It is definitely very interesting, for sure.
Yeah,
it is going to be interesting to see what comes out of this.
Yeah, let me throw some curveballs to you. We all seen, because that still is, burnt in my mind, seeing Dylan Mortensen for a victim impact statement. So my question to you and to the chat is, if they're victims, which she said altered her life and everything else, very, very passionate, right? If she was a victim, how come she's not in the WSU lawsuit?
Well, that's a very interesting question. And that lawsuit as well. I mean, yeah, why? I never thought about that, actually.
Bethany Funk and DM are victims, and they're entitled to a recovery just as much as the families for different reasons. They survived, but Dylan Mortensen specifically, because she gave that passionate, crying statement of how her life's been altered, her friends, and her life's changed. And so, yeah, that does raise a very interesting question. And the silence of her involvement is deafening.
Yeah. And Bethany, especially, everybody, I know a lot of people talk about Dylan because, she's the front face of this. Obviously, she supposedly saw Masked Man. And I'll tell you now, if you see a masked man in your house, anybody who's been through an experience like that, no, you won't. You wouldn't behave like that. Now, I don't want to speculate as to how somebody behaves, but something very strange is Bethany. Because Bethany basically moved. right
Yeah.
after this. She was not even at sentencing.
She did what you said. If you see something like that, what do? You run to your parents. What did she do?
Mhm.
She ran to her parents. Now, the reasons could be different. I have no idea why she left and took off. Could be, but it does follow what you raised, but maybe for a whole
Mhm.
different reason.
Yeah. It's true. Amy also says here she's not a victim, she's an accomplice, of course. I also don't believe that she was ever a witness. Without her, without Dylan, they had no probable cause. So you're probably
Well,
right in them making a deal um, with Dylan, but you know,
because you need a corroborating witness. So if you're unsure of yourself, right? If you're a witness and you're saying, but I really don't know, and I was drunk, you need a corroborating witness. And the corroboration of Bethany Funk was these texts were sent to me, and this is what Dylan told me that the
mhm.
man in the house, he had this, and she ran to my room. So that's the
Yeah,
corroboration, right?
yeah,
Very
because without Bethany, and I think that's where I was going. These texts were released not last year, the year before. So without somebody to back up what Dylan's saying, I mean, things could have turned out way differently, right? But because of those texts, well, it's a corroborating witness, except she wasn't even there at sentencing, which is strange because you'd think that if they're such close friends, that she would be there to back her friend up. I mean, they went through this massive trauma together, supposedly.
yeah. You're right. She wasn't there.
In this country, I don't know. Over there, I mean, I'm not saying it's better here, definitely not. We've got our own crap going on in this place. But, you know, in most cases, if that happened, let's say it was you and I, we'd be like unlucky bastards who'd get locked up. Failure to notify.
Yeah, you're right. I mean,
It's a criminal offense not to report.
so they have a duty. The only time you have a duty to report is if you caused the harm, kind of situation, or it's by your profession. So let's say, someone was
Mhm,
shot in a crime, and you're the person who shot the other person, and they shot you, let's just say,
mhm,
and you go to a doctor and you tell him, look, I want you to, how did this happen? And you tell him, I was in a shootout.
mhm.
And
No, I
so
mean
is that,
here, let's say you see somebody passed out, right?
yeah.
And you don't offer assistance,
Well, as a
they
human
will take
being,
some kind of action against you.
in your jurisdiction, yeah, here it's only if you have a duty to do that.
Mhm.
Because if you assume a duty, you could also be sued for negligently performing a duty to save somebody, believe it or not.
Yeah.
So the laws, it's but if your profession requires you to take action, or you caused that vulnerability,
Mhm.
you have a duty to then save that person or do what you can.
Yeah, and you can't say that they didn't know that there was a death because of course when they made that call, they they were very aware that something was very wrong. That's why they made the call.
Oh, and
But
it's go ahead.
yeah, yeah, I mean that's why they made the call in the first place is because they realized something was wrong. But
But what
I
was it?
think that's where the loophole is just the timing of the call. So they can't really say, okay, well, you didn't notify, you didn't notify right away, because that's where they come in and act stupid and say, well, we didn't know. and where she comes in on the 911 call and says, "Can I tell?"
We lost you, Wendy. Wendy, we lost you.
We chatted, and that
Right.
was the
We lost you
911
for a second.
operator. How did you? Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. Now you're fine.
You brought up an interesting point when we chatted before, and that was the 911 operator. So, guys, listen to this. When that call was made, you said to me that how did the 911 operator know where to send? Like, was it you? I'm not sure if it was you or if I heard it somewhere else. So I think the call was made to Washington, correct? Somebody just tell me. And what happened was this, they said 1122 King Road. Now I'm not sure in Washington or if surrounding states if there are other 1122 King Roads, because the 911 operator never said what area is that. So can somebody just tell me if there are other 1122 King Roads, and if that doesn't seem something odd that the 911 operator never said what area? Does
Interesting.
anybody know that?
That's an interesting observation there. That you're right, because many different towns have sometimes similar same name roads. You're right.
I'm asking because I don't know over there. I know here you'll get you'll get let's say you'll get there's like here there's Maryland Street. Just 3 minutes away, to give you an example, there'll be another Maryland Street. And if you go to the neighboring town, there'll be another Maryland Street. So there's a few Maryland streets in just in this, just within
In your
about
area.
a 30-kilometer radius of where I am. And so if you were to make a call to ambulance services, we don't have 911 here. This country is like pretty messed up. You don't call for help. Not in this country. They're not coming for you. They're not going to come help you. No. Here, if you want help, you better go out and on the outside of the street and start screaming. That's the only way you're going to get help. And even then, people will like look at you. What?
Yeah, no. And just to usually you in the same jurisdiction or state, usually you'll have you might have it, but it's
And
not going to be
say,
right next to it. What
please
you
come
would
help
have
me.
is
What's your address?
yeah. Well, you would have
Pardon?
like a King Road, there would be King Lane, King Court, so they wouldn't do that. However, in the neighboring state, and don't forget Washington as well, um, and I forgot where the initial call went to. The 911 call goes to um, is it the county? I forgot who handles the 911 calls. It might be a combination of law enforcement departments. It could be, is it a combination of Pullman or is it just like Latah County or Ada County?
I'm not exactly sure, but it's just so
That's a good
strange that
question
when
to
that
raise.
call was made, she didn't say, okay, 1122 King Road, in what area is that? Because if you listen to any other 911 calls, that's typically they'll say, they don't just give a road,
Yeah,
they
no,
would
you give
ask,
the whole,
what area?
yeah, I agree. Yeah,
Hmm.
what, because you might have it wrong.
Yeah.
And exactly what you're pointing out, because they ask you what city is that in, so then they look and they confirm that that road exists in that town,
Yeah.
because it could be in a neighboring town. So
It could be anywhere. So I'm not sure. I think I heard that the call was made in Washington. I'm not sure. So that's why I asked if anybody in the chat does have an idea.
That's very interesting you raise
So
that.
just, you pick up on things. And I think they didn't think that people would start asking any kind of question at all.
You're right. They probably this will get swept under the rug. Yeah.
In this country, we have like a very rude saying for that.
Oh, is that right? What do they call it? Or you don't have to say it, but
But it's pretty vile, so I'll spare you. But
okay.
luckily everybody here speaks English on this channel, so it's good. But people would be like, what do you think I am? I mean, this is so dumb. You're taking us for idiots, basically. And you think people are too stupid to start asking questions. But yeah, I mean, I've never in my life, and I mean, look, I can't really speak for this case too much because I'm not over there, so I don't understand how the legal system works in America, and I don't understand a lot of how things work there because it does work very differently than it works over here. But as you look at this case, because it didn't just hit national headlines in America. It went international, this case. And, most of us in the beginning, I speak for myself, we thought, wow, this was so sad. But also something that leans into this is the media. And that is, I remember, because I used to watch a lot of these true crime channels in the beginning, and there were things that they put out, and it almost feels, as you bring up the parallel proceedings, that they were told information that they didn't have authorization to have. So
The media works in a variety of ways. One is they could convict people just on how they present stories to many
yeah.
people's mind, but they're also information gatherers. So regarding a parallel proceeding, the news, the journalists, they too could be hybrids in a sense of
Of
they could
course.
be right, and it's a perfect kind of concealment where you're going to gain access, but you're also obtaining information. And who do you pass that on to? Is it
Mhm.
federal opera? You see where I'm going with this is everything, unfortunately, or fortunately, if you want it to touch, it will touch federal jurisdiction
Yeah.
using the airwaves, Venmo, payments, using your phone, using your computer on the internet, all of that federal jurisdiction, federal lands, tribal lands, the college campus would fall under a hate crime involving, even if it's off campus, would trigger. So it just touches on so much if you wanted to.
Mhm.
If you wanted to, if you want to use a parallel construction, and if you wanted to, you could make it broad enough where no one ever finds out about things.
Yeah.
And
That's
just
very
like
true.
regarding Brady material, so you're supposed to give defense counsel all the material, right, exculpatory material you obtained. And so, someone might raise a question, well, why can't they get, which defense counsel tried to, why can't they get this underlying material? Well, because they're not the sovereign who charged them. They weren't the
Mhm.
ones who put the finger technically on the scale. They were just in support roles. They used subpoenas. They didn't get warrants. They used local warrants to get information, state warrants. And the state had an independent, I think that's what Judge Hippler ruled. I got to go back on it. But basically, the state obtained the information for the probable cause and the like through independent means. So even if that information started out with feds that ultimately and independently, right? It's like giving the answer, but then you have to fill in all the facts supporting it. That's what the state did, according to Judge Hippler. That independently, and that's why the feds were never brought in or finding that they violated certain rights, whether it was
Yeah.
with trash pull, Amazon, Google, Apple, the cast.
Yeah.
So it's a unfortunate, it's gamesmanship. But gamesmanship could also be played on the other side, where if you get the right judge and you so some judges are pro prosecution. I don't know about Hippler. I don't know if he had a history of also being a prosecutor at some point. But that's why, it's important that there's a balance in the judicial system, and actually should be more, more defense attorneys who could go into the judicial branch, because you're gonna see a different mindset and how cases are handled, or benefits of the doubt when they come. Should the prosecution get benefits of the doubt all the time? And I'm not saying right or wrong, but when you're dealing with protecting a defendant's rights, because the ultimate price is your liberty, that there should be some leeway. The benefit of the doubt should be given to the defendant.
Hi, Tony. How are you? Yeah, that is true. I mean,
Oh, and I was going to ask you the following regarding the day before. So technically, the unalivings happened on the 13th, but on the 12th, we know there was a football game. A football
yes.
game came from, I think, California. Was it UC Davis?
Yeah.
So the reason I raised up the football game, and I'll tie it into human trafficking, is the Super Bowl, the American Super Bowl for its football team, right? You're familiar with the American football, correct?
Yes, I know that.
Okay, the NFL, National
Mhm.
Football League. So the
I know
biggest,
that even here, like we know the Super Bowl and those kinds of events are frequently tied to
human
human
trafficking,
trafficking.
yes,
Yes,
and
it's
every
basic
time,
exploitation.
yes. So for that whole week, the feds know, and there's joint task force. There are so many arrests that occur during that week,
Mhm.
that Super Bowl week, and they know human trafficking is going to occur, and people know that the feds are watching this, but it still occurs. Drugs,
Mhm.
human trafficking, that occurs, and it just hasn't stopped. So my question to you is: you have a football game, that out of town college team is coming in, and they're going to bring their supporters, their fan base
Yeah,
with them. You know, is it likely that they're going to bring something there? Are they looking for some type of action? Drugs, human
probably.
trafficking. It
Yeah,
almost goes, unfortunately, sadly, it's like par for the course, and they know it. But during that time in 2022, the pandemic,
yeah.
everyone's, by me, everyone had that social distancing of 6 feet, which was just crazy in itself. But we're, but I don't know how it was in Idaho, but still, I'm going to assume that people were going to look to blow off steam in some way,
Oh yeah, they do.
right? And it makes sense then why there would be, potentially undercover joint task force agents that evening.
Hmm.
And maybe the football, don't forget, if it involves the football team, it could be the traveling football team that they were, the parallel proceeding could have been involved in. Could have been that, because NCA, all that stuff, the teams, the broadcasting, all that falls under federal jurisdiction. So,
Yeah,
not to get crazy over it, but I just bring it up so people could understand something local doesn't have to be local. It's how you look at it.
yeah. That's what they say. I mean, you have like a lot of these fake sports agents, and yeah, they do. So it's wild, actually.
It is, and it goes on. I mean, that's the way it is. It's just those games from that day to that evening, the next day.
Hmm.
So that's how they're done. The other thing that piqued my interest was the use of Adderall. Do you remember that? The
Okay.
powder?
Yes. Yes, I remember that with Ethan, right?
Yeah. Yes. At least that's what they said, right? So,
Yeah.
and it was chopped up as if it was like the COKE stuff.
Hmm.
Um, but what's interesting is people usually just, you're not going to cut up Adderall. There's usually some other element to it. You're taking a pill is one thing, and there's pill pushers where you chop up. So the pill will consist of, let's say, Adderall, fentanyl, and maybe something else, but also with
Yeah.
Coca-Cola. And so when you hear of only the Adderall component, still it triggers a federal jurisdiction issue because they talked about it. If I'm not mistaken, in some of the interviews, I forgot which police officer talked about the Adderall and how they acquired it. And I forgot, maybe they asked Dylan. I'm sure they asked Dylan. If they asked, I forgot who was involved, maybe Ashley, or at least they were
Mhm.
raising the question, do you know where Ethan got this Adderall? Now, it
Yeah.
just raises a question. One is, oh, he got it from his doctor. I doubt it. That's not happening.
No,
They
I
were,
can't see that happening.
so someone was pushing these items, and I don't believe it was just Adderall. And
No, I don't believe that. Probably something else.
yeah, and when you combine it, it has a certain signature or the certain type of pill. You could It has a signature of the way it was processed to tell you where it was sourced, and who likely was the distributor of it. Um, so I just raised this again as a potential parallel proceeding. What they were looking at, there could have been a California component to this where that came up, and that drug of choice was used. Maybe it was being distributed. And the best way to hide your distribution, right, is to go through basically a caravan of a football team that has probably hundreds, if not thousands, of other vehicles coming to the venue in Moscow.
Hmm.
So, I mean, and
And
how
there
many?
was that interesting point Tony's bringing up here is Emma Bailey, because she was very busy that night. Remember that the young guy who passed away, and
Hunter Ludlow, yes, right. Am I saying it right? Hunter Lud.
no, this was a guy. Yeah, there was Hunter. There was one guy before, but I think
Or
sometime just before that,
Caden
it
Young.
was Caden Young. He
Okay.
passed away, and then
Yes.
Emma Bailey and Demetrius, they were arrested. But I think she was arrested a short while back. Now that story runs pretty deep because I mean they
Well,
actually
that
got away with it because of some technicality.
is it a technicality, or is she what we kind of refer to, is she a confidential informant, human source? W- How does she
Possibly.
get away with this? Or is it what you kind of brought up, and it's the alignment of interest? Who is behind this? Because if
Hmm.
she's getting off, it means a couple of things. One, obviously it's requiring someone who's in a position of very high power,
Yeah.
right? So whether it's for an operation or for nefarious reasons, it's someone at a top position. So what's really going on? I think you're right. I'm glad you brought that up now, because there's so much that ties into this stuff. But that's why I believe there is a component of rugs in this situation.
Oh yeah, definitely. They were pretty busy, and I can't remember. I think they were arrested in 2023, and then they were released on I think it was $100,000 and something like that.
But they never had jail time. They ever faced charges.
Yeah, they said that the case was dropped in that court because the defense argued a lack of prosecutorial jurisdiction, because the delivery of the drugs occurred at a party in Seattle. So it got very complicated. It's like something with the jurisdiction. But yeah, they
But they could
they
easily
didn't really
correct
get
that.
any real jail time.
That's very unusual. Lack of jurisdiction. My God. I mean, if they're saying within the state, that's a ridiculous basis for it, because you could cure that. So if
Yeah,
the wrong
that
county,
was like wild when I heard that story, and I thought, what? Lack of jurisdiction? How does that work? Is because I don't know how it operates there.
well, the state, that's why it doesn't make sense. What jurisdiction? I don't know enough about. What jurisdiction are they talking about? Because it raises again a parallel issue. Is it the
Exactly.
Fed who put the kibosh on this? Because it could very well be. And I think you see where I'm going with it. That's why maybe some people say, "Oh, what is he talking about all the time?" But it's important to understand that some people are being used in a manner that harms
Mhm.
people, but yet it's done in order to get the main individuals at the top and the whole chain.
And
So,
detectives
taking
use
down.
some kind of, they
Go
said
ahead.
that they use some kind of digital evidence to trace the this fentanyl back to Emma and Demetrius.
Okay, and where
But
did they get it from? So geofencing, they probably use geofencing from their.
then apparently they tracked them to some apartments in Washington, and they were both booked into jail at that point. So I think they were charged with delivery of controlled substance and conspiracy to violate um, the Uniform Controlled Substances Act.
But at the state level or at the federal level?
I think that was on a state level. I'll have to go and check it out.
Yeah.
But
So, I was gonna say that yeah, because it makes
but
sense.
they've got a long history of.
Well, they're the ones we should be I gotta look into this a lot more with Emma, and then who but they have to be getting these rugs from someone. That's what I'm saying. So, from what whoever's with that next stage, the distribution chain, and then it goes to an even higher manufacturer, because you're gonna have a distributor, then you're gonna have local.
RAPE investigation as well. That was in 2020, and in 2021 there was some assault as well. Apparently choked somebody. Emma as well. I mean, uh, people knew her to be very active in distributing prescription medications. And
Well,
yeah, and also there was something I heard that she was operating very closely within this whole Greek life party scene. So
interesting. No, I remember the name coming up, and someone being unalived. allegedly self unalived. But yeah, that's how. But you raised up an interesting point. You said prescription medication. Now
Hmm.
let's unpack that a second. So you have prescriptions coming from physicians. That's one thing.
Hmm.
And is it something that physicians were doing and violating their oaths, which raises also federal issues, or is it that there were pill pushers, pill manufacturers, and I'll just use, because it has to be sourced from outside the U.S. Usually, you could have local ones being made, okay, but it depends how large of an operation. So if this is being pushed, and like I said, you could identify the source materials and where they're coming from. So if it's
Hmm.
sourced from outside the country and it's coming in, you realize how that's a national security issue. And then you have deaths occurring, whether it's from
Yes.
fentanyl, we know that's a national security issue. Um,
Yeah.
and so why does Emma Bailey and Demetrius get a pass? Who was it
Exactly.
that was getting arrested? So we have to look at the arrests, and look at it that way, because
Exactly. Because where
there's
they're
a
getting it
bigger
from.
fish they were after.
Yeah.
And
And that happens everywhere, even here. It happens all the time.
yes, yeah, but at some point, it, so you keep using the same people again and again. So
Hmm.
I don't know if Emma Bailey and Demetrius, I don't know how. Is there a timeline like their involvement and stuff? Like, did they ever go to the University of Idaho or anything?
Not that I know of. This whole thing with Caden, I think what happened is the hospital treated him and they discharged him, and they apparently they said he was stable. And so apparently these defense attorneys said that when he died a few hours later, this was a completely separate incident.
Wow.
I know, it sounds crazy. How is it a separate incident?
Yeah, the
Considering all his
connotation.
past crimes and
Are they saying, because I mean, there could be foul play involved. Okay, he's a witness as to, I mean, he would know exactly who he bought it from, who he was meeting with, right? Or did he get it from a friend, or did he get it directly from Emma Bailey? And
no, I think he got it directly from them. Uh, Anybody can confirm that? And then you
it's
look at her family. I think it's Jesse James Bailey, her uncle. I mean, he's in prison for
oh,
trafficking. Yeah.
so that's where Joshua. Okay, so he's an AK or Aryan Night
Yes.
member. I see. But tell me more. What the connection with how does Emma Bailey, what's the connection with the U of I or King Road? There has to be a who because you just don't show up out of the blue. You have to be invited, you have to know people. So was
Yeah.
it a fraternity, sorority? There has to be some sort of connection, direct relationship with either anyone at King Road on at 1122
You know,
or
I'm not sure
adjacent
how
properties.
they get there.
Because that's why I asked about the master lease. If you're gonna commit or you're gonna conduct an operation where you're distributing to a college, because it has happened where fraternities were involved in distributing and involved with cartels in North Carolina. That the precedent has been set. So we know that occurs. I'm not saying it occurred here. I'm simply
Hmm.
saying that for Emma Bailey, I think, or both of
Hmm.
them, what are their connections with Moscow? Who do they know in Moscow that brings them there? Because they're going to be distributing. They're going to distribute their product to colleges, and it's not just U of I. I'm sure it's going to be WSU as well. But there has to be a connection. Is it frats? Is it sororities? Is it specific people? But I don't know the answer, and I don't know if anyone else.
Does anybody else know any of that?
Oh, here's somebody.
Let's see what they're saying.
Reading it now.
Emma knew everyone.
Emma, yeah, yes. But so, I mean, was it that obvious?
So if you look at her uncle, who was Jesse James Bailey, right? He's a high-profile cartel distributor, right? And I think
That's right. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. So if that's the connection, okay, so you have a distributor and an enforcement
his
kind of
wife's name is Candace, right? So they have they were actually identified by federal prosecutors as members of the Aryan family prison gang.
Josh Hurwitz put him away, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not sure of that.
I'm pretty sure Josh Hurwitz, because he was involved with putting away. Yes, it's coming, and I have stuff. I mean, it's just been I put away.
So this would tie in directly with the parallel investigation right there.
Yes, there you go. He put away, and those were, just so you know. Okay, so So it's important to know about a parallel investigation and a parallel charge or criminal prosecution. So you have what's called sealed indictments. So if the feds wanted to pursue, even if the states did separately or not at all, the feds would get a sealed indictment, and that allows, so nothing's public until they arrest the individual. So everything's done through the grand jury system, and they indict somebody, and it sits there, the indictment, until they let it play out. They are able to obtain enough information and get the warrant and arrest the person and get them. And many times it involves a conspiracy, a RICO charge. There's multiple people involved, so they wait to nab them all at once. It depends how the setup is, but a sealed indictment is something different than a parallel proceeding.
Yeah.
It could be it could be part of it, because a sealed indictment means they have the probable cause. You see, and at that point, they're certainly not going to be assisting the state with anything they're looking to do. That stuff is just under wraps, and no one knows about it. But since you brought up Mr. Bailey, Josh Hurwitz, I'm positive that because he was after the AKs and that he was the ringleader. Yeah, so he went away for a while, and that was because Josh Hurwitz started working at as a assistant U.S. attorney in, I think, 2012 in Idaho.
Yeah.
So he was there for a while, and so before he was the actual attorney general for Idaho, he was prosecuting these gang members. So yeah, I gotta look at Emma Bailey is the. Well, how do we know? Is that in any document? Is the relationship between Emma, the familial relationship?
I'm not sure, but they are connected. I mean, if you go and look it up under any Google search, you'll see that that they are related.
Okay.
Yeah.
I remember hearing that. I wasn't sure if that's been documented, how it's documented. So, wow. So Emma and Demetrius clearly are a catalyst in this kind of.
Oh yeah, for sure. everybody knows they were heavily involved in pushing pulls and
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah, because the pill, just going back to the pills, because
Oh, Tony enjoyed cutting the grass.
oh,
Well, it's true. Like Amy says here, two different crimes, two different times, and they can't tell on each other. But it's interesting that her charges were dropped right around the time they were investigating her uncle.
yeah, like that. And I'm just looking at, what is that? 20 Kaylee Steve slip money laundering mail felonies.
Guys, if you have any information you want to share, there is a mail in my description. So,
Yeah, send stuff to Wendy if you have any leads on
send it to me. If I take long to reply, then don't think I'm ignoring you. But it is interesting. I actually think what we should do is we should set up like a Discord, and then anybody who does have information that they want to share, it's quite interesting because this whole thing with them gets wild, and they were mentioned right in the beginning, and everybody dismissed it as no, it's just a conspiracy theory. They're not tied to anything. But it is interesting that her aunt and uncle are so heavily connected. I think they got about 17 years in prison, as far as I know.
Yeah, it was something along those lines. I remember, you're right. And there were multiple people that were put away in that gang.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, very.
So if he's in jail, yeah, he needs people on the street to conduct his business. So yeah, that makes.
Of course, he does. So I mean, you don't think he's going to stop his business now that he's in jail?
No, maybe it gives him more time to think.
It's typically what happens. So yes, wow. But this runs very, very deep.
Well, there's a lot to look at, but I'm going to focus on that. I don't know how much you want me to keep staying on. I don't want to bore anyone, but that way I could.
No, I think I think we could if anybody wants to. Oh, Amy. So yes, this is what Big Amish said. Is Brian in jail? Well, I don't know. This is a thing. Is he in Woodsick? We don't know. I would like to hope that he is.
Yeah.
But
Really
if
don't
he's
know.
not, then he's in a special housing unit. I don't think they would put him with general population prisoners.
Yeah. If he is in Woodsick, so basically until he clears the clarification, it clears, he's held within the state penitentiary in a maximum secure area until they could transfer him. If he is in fact in Woodsick, he could go from the state penitentiary into the federal Woodsick program. But you're not going to find him. You're not going to find any jail photos of him in state prison in Idaho. But it could be the issue, Wendy, that you raised. Why would pictures come out showing him that looks like prison? Is it because they want to, get people off looking at him, or are they trying to increase the targeting of him? In other words, let's assume he's not even there. He's in Woodsack, right? But by showing these pictures, you're going to have individuals who believe he betrayed them somehow. Could be a gang, it could be cartel, I don't know. And they have obviously influencers in jail looking for him. So you could have another operation within an operation, but looking at this, we don't know. But obviously, none of this makes sense, and especially the leaking of information doesn't make sense because you don't see that at all, ever.
So who do you believe the leaks are? Possibly the media. Remember, right in the beginning, one of my favorite channels that I never, I can't, and I just was thinking about it the other night. Annie Lee said something, and it's funny how you don't think of it at the time, but then afterwards you think, you know, this didn't make sense. She made a statement when she was first investigating this case, and she said that she's got somebody on the inside.
You broke up. You broke up, Wendy. Can't hear you. You're just coming back. Do you hear
I
me?
think she didn't mean to say it, but she slipped up when she said it.
I lost you for about 5 seconds before. What did she say?
She said in the beginning, this was in 2022, right as she got onto this case. She said that she had somebody within law enforcement that was giving her information, which now when I think about it, I'm thinking, but how is that even possible? I mean, you're a YouTube channel. Why? Who on the inside is giving you information?
Well, you could have planned leaks. So
Yeah.
feds will use they will use journalists to get a narrative out, whatever they want to push, and so and it could very well be someone from the inside and giving that, but it's a planned dissemination rather than a true leak, like they're trying to save somebody. Although it could be, it doesn't discount someone from being a whistleblower, but
No, not at all.
that's the case here. But I think there's planned leaks. We see it too often. We've seen it. At least the flags are raised. Red flags are raised. Whether it's an author, an expert, media, journalists you're mentioning, because that's the biome that they live in. They need, and also the feds need to be able to have planned dissemination of information to assist in their operation or parallel proceeding. Right, might force someone out in the open that's been hiding, and then they could. So there's different reasons, but and not all are nefarious. Some may be well intentioned, and some things go beyond our understanding right now because they're sitting on all the information.
Was way past what we can understand happened in this case.
And one way of looking at it is, how come not all the documents have been released? The gag order was lifted.
That is very weird. Once somebody's locked up, why wouldn't you release everything? I mean, it happens in other cases, but for some reason in this case, it hasn't been released.
Yes.
And then they have to put in FOIA requests, which obviously need to be paid for.
Yeah. And if I remember seeing some, I've not, but yeah, if there's things that are redacted, other than a name, I mean, I don't know how much. I got to look how people who are getting these FOIA requests and they're getting information. How much of it's redacted? How much of it involves the feds? Because the case is over. It should allow. Okay, if you want to keep a confidential informant, some means and methods. But what is it? Why is it so staggered and you're not getting anything like for so long? They could have redacted this a long time ago and released everything. But they haven't. They're making you go through pins and needles trying to get this information. And what information they give you, how much of it can you trust, and how much are you able to see in order to understand what was really going on? That's what they're not really giving you, I don't think. Not yet, anyway.
Yeah, it's just strange that they don't release that. And who are they protecting?
Yes. Who are they protecting? Is it an ongoing investigation, a parallel proceed? We don't know. Are there embedded individuals in other joint task force or in harm's way involved in distribution or human trafficking? We don't know, but it raises those questions. We should ask them. We don't know the answers, but we should ask those questions.
Tony said definitely redact the juicy stuff. And the people that they say that they're protecting certain people's privacy, but whose whose privacy are they protecting? Because the only way I view that is potentially law enforcement and people that they cannot afford to have their names come out.
Yeah, I think yes, you're right. All that they're obviously they have to protect either if they're involved currently, it's still ongoing. It's kind of like the JFK files, just not to switch gears, but they're still they've redacted stuff, 60 years later, saying it exposes means and methods 60 years ago, or it's going to give out a name or it gives the FBI or the CIA a bad reputation, makes them look bad. So, but unless it involves the safety of individuals, means and methods, or if there's an ongoing proceeding operation, that's what's going to keep it redacted. Or there's another gatekeeper who's, for nefarious reasons. Again, I got to always got to consider that there's somebody who just had it out for Brian Koberger. I mean, no matter what I think, that's always a possibility. And what happened to him is a crime against justice. And we're all
well, you're gonna see where I go with this when I bring out another video. It's very interesting when you look at their ancestry, and I mean, let's say they had targeted somebody else, right? Like somebody, a Hispanic male, let's say, right?
Yeah.
Then this case would never have been as shocking.
True. Sad, but true. You're right.
It would have been another case. And I mean, because it's not like this kind of thing doesn't happen elsewhere. It does. So you have to ask, why did this case get as much attention? Because there's something else going on.
Yes, something bigger. And it can't be at a local level. You see what I mean? It can't be Moscow PD doing this or just frats. The alignment of interest is something we could kind of make a little diagram about who benefits or who would benefit. And you could think about, play different scenarios. Whose interests align here? Who doesn't get exposed, let's say? Oh, it could be the judge, it could be frats, it could be Emma, it could be the gangs, and it could be all of them. It could be Josh Hurwitz, it could be this, cartels, other distributors, nations, can involve China, Mexico. I mean, don't forget Maduro, his arrest. And actually, you know what? Maduro's indictment was based on an indictment of his former generals. One of his generals flipped a few years ago, and there was an indictment against him. But that goes back years, like 2016 or something like that, of the event. So, and these are national security issues. So if the import or the drug distribution from Venezuela into the United States was a national security issue for all these years, anything related to that, and you will say, what does Maduro have to do with Moscow? Well, I don't know. Did any of that cocaine end up going through, or any of the products that they're alleging Maduro was part of? did and his organization, I forgot what they call it,
Mhm.
the Son of, I forgot what the Cartel of the Sons. So did they import any of this distribution network through cartels into the United States that ultimately impacted one or more of the victims in Moscow? That's kind of, so you
Could
see
be.
from a local level, it could involve a very high level target, Maduro, because that's what they claim he did. He was involved in
Mhm.
distributing through a cartel these rugs that ended up in the United States. So it's there. It's there. It's just, we can't piece it. Sometimes we don't want our mind to look. Well, there's no evidence of cocaine. Well, Coca-Cola. Well, what about the phenol? What about
Mhm.
the Adderall? Because you manufacture.
Weren't they looking into that possibility that some of the fentanyl was being put into normal pills?
Normal what?
Normal pills, like,
Pills. Yes, yes.
yeah, they
So,
were.
so what you have is they're designer. We call them designer rugs, all right? Or so you
Mhm.
could put so you could put fentanyl, Adderall.
Yes, Tony, that's that Sinaloa gang. They were
Yes,
looking into them, right? I know
yes,
about
he's right. Yeah, 100% right.
100 years spot on.
Yes. So, we have to look at this whole process.
Hmm.
It's like thinking how food gets to our table. Wendy, you have a way of getting some food from your garden, right? But I'm just saying from farm
Oh,
to
no, from
table in the
shopping.
city, but there's a whole distribution involved, right? From the
Exactly.
seeds, you could tell so much how you plant them, the type of product from a farm that comes, and then how it's distributed from the farm and how it goes to a grocery store or a
Hmm.
local market, and then how that gets, how you acquire it or others acquire it. How does it get to a supermarket, and then acquiring it from there? It's got to get trucked in, all these things. There's a whole distribution chain. Sometimes we overlook the simplicity, but how vast it is and how broad it is, and the connections from a local person to a national and international operation.
Hmm.
So I think
Yeah, wow.
the more we talk about it, and I apologize, I mean, but because it wraps around your brain, and I've been away from this, but I am so glad that it's just making the engine start kicking in and looking at this, and now I could go back and look at a lot of different things. Obviously,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, does anybody have any questions before we kind of wrap up, and then then we can look into some more things and come up. I think next week, as CrimeCon's coming, maybe we can talk about that because CrimeCon in itself is you go look at who owns CrimeCon and Steve G. I think they're going to have a meet and greet there. So yeah, that's another rabbit hole down right there because
Wow. Okay.
yeah, it's just weird to me if your child. So I'll kind of like say um, we'll just kind of touch on this quickly. If that original narrative of stalking is true and your child lost their life, why would you put images of your other daughter all over social media? Oh, thank you, Tony. You wouldn't. You just wouldn't do something like that because it's weird. And that's why I don't believe that family. They can come for me if they want, but I'm not buying what they're doing. You must pay something like $400 to have a meet and greet with them. Why would you want to have a meet and greet with people and relive the trauma of losing your child? It doesn't make sense. And then
Doesn't
you're
add up.
putting your other daughter and her location all over social media. And I don't know. I guess there's no correct way to behave, but it is something worth noting that it is strange because I don't know how active people are here on social media, but I think we've all reached an age where we know we've got to be really careful, and I wouldn't, I can't picture myself if something like that happened to my child, going and shaking and hobnobbing with people at crime con and them
Something's wrong.
wanting, they want to shake your hand. I'd be terrified. I would be too scared to step foot out of my house
Yeah.
because, okay, given they think, okay, and the person responsible is behind bars, but that doesn't mean there aren't other people like that in the world. So you would be like, well, no, I don't want people asking me questions about my child. I don't want people knowing my location or my other children's location, spreading it all over social media. It
You're
just
going to have
seems
safety
very
concerns.
strange.
Yeah.
Pardon?
You're going to have safety concerns no matter what.
Of course.
Even if you wanted to, for the rest of your family, you're going to have safety concerns. And the only other person I know, it just triggered something. John Ramsey, John Benet's father.
Oh, that's another case.
He went to Crime Con, if I'm not mistaken.
Did he?
Yes, there's something weird about. Yes, I don't know how many years ago, but I remember watching something because that irked me as well. There's something wrong, but
I didn't know
why?
that he did.
Yeah, he went to CrimeCon, talked about it like, okay, everyone has their way of. It's not just grieving. Obviously, this is many years after, right? So I'm not
Mhm.
holding anything against him. But why would I want to, relive something? It's just it begs the question. Like you said, weird, but also, what is CrimeCon? It just if you're telling me Steve G's going, I don't know who else. I'm gonna do a little research on who's been going to CrimeCon,
Well,
but
you'll see it next week, and CrimeCon in itself is basically, yeah, that's another rabbit hole, CrimeCon itself, because, well, if you go look, let me put this up quickly. CrimeCon in itself is owned by Red Chair, and Red Chair is Fox. So Fox are the people who bring us the NFL.
yeah, wow, so Fox owners, interesting. I didn't know.
So CrimeCon is owned by them, and
So now you
are you
know
starting to connect the dots here?
they could push the narratives or leaks or whatever they want, right? And
Exactly.
it's a great stage to present things and get people's interest and follow what they want to show you. So here's Steve G, the father of a victim who's passed. He's lost his daughter. You're going to feel sympathy no matter what. But what you
Mhm.
said, I think, is equally true, and maybe even more so, is that, and I don't know if he's getting paid or not, but why would a father, after that kind of a trauma, even be involved in this? It just begs the question. It because questions are when you see someone. I'm sorry, if you see someone laugh, especially like you're on a stage and you see a father laugh, and I'm sure it's gonna happen, and maybe it's not, but if they ask him a certain question, like jokes and stuff like that, that as a viewer, as someone who believes there were deaths that occurred, unalivings that occurred,
Mhm.
it'll rub me the wrong ways too, is watching this because it doesn't add up. And I'm not saying he's doing anything wrong, but for me personally, I'm looking at it and saying it doesn't add up. Why is he acting this way? If that happens, I don't know if it
Why?
will.
big lawsuits against Washington State University.
Yeah, he does have that. And what I'm surprised also. And speaking of that, one of the one of the victims, DM, so Dylan, you know, he's gonna need to use her and as a potential witness. But if I'm correct in some of this stuff with a parallel proceeding, it could also impact a civil case. So the civil case is trying to put pressure on feds, right? In order to, but we're looking at it as a civil lawsuit, but really, because a federal operation is not going to give in to a civil lawsuit.
Okay.
All right. So, but if they fight it enough, if they dig enough, and if there's something else that we're not seeing, and they have the right judge to open up that door and say to the feds, either they pay up. So they're going to have two choices if we're correct, right? So either if they're going to try and get information about a federal operation or how BK was, how is he placed in here with WSU, and why didn't you take a threat assessment, serious enough where we could have protected our daughter or the like. So that's one thing. But if it involves a federal operation, that's where things get sticky, and that's where I think
How
there's
will
going to
that
be.
influence the lawsuits?
It'll influence because you're not going to have things going public. You're going to have the same thing happen with Hitler happening in the civil lawsuit, and there's going to be fighting in closed doors about this, and it may take a long time. But if they're successful, one or two things are going to happen. And I don't think the one thing is going to happen. One is that the feds come clean and tell you, oh, yeah, here's everything that happened that we know of. No, that's not going to happen. They're not going to tell you that operation and the details of it. You might get something on the periphery. What they'll do instead is there'll be some sort of resolution, or they'll pay out that money. Something's going to give to stop it. So either national security is going to be strong enough, right, which usually it is, and you're going to see a lot of judges. That's why I don't know who the judge is in the WSU lawsuit off the top of my head. I don't know their background. If they're a prosecutor, a former prosecutor is now a judge, I'm 99.9% sure that they're not going to allow any exposure to harm the federal government in any operation or parallel proceeding that may have existed. So that's kind of how I feel about it. Now, if you have the right judge and they want to seek justice and say, this should never have happened. I want, they have an interest as well. As much as you want to say there's a detached and neutral judge, they're human beings as well. Right. So if they see a wrong, are they going to try and remedy that? Are they going to give the benefit of the doubt, like we talked about, to the plaintiff side and say, you know what, I normally wouldn't explore this, but I'm going to let them explore it under seal. And you're going to put everything before me in camera so I could see it. And then we'll make decisions. So, but at some point, it depends where that level is. Is it sources and methods? Is it a software application? Is it national security? All of the above. If it comes to national security, again, everyone can't just see that information. You have to follow that protocol we talked about, getting security clearance in that form. But I believe that case is going to be delayed. It's going to have closed door sessions, and we're not going to see the light of day unless, and if BK walks, let's say something occurs and he walks, whether it's post-conviction relief, habeas corpus, my gut feeling is we won't see Brian Kohlberger.
No, I don't think we will either. I mean, how safe would it be for him to come out into the street?
Yeah. But for many reasons. It's one thing is if he's just if we're looking at him as a defendant who's been shafted, that's one thing. If we're looking at him having a new identity because of Witsack, he'd be working for the government and we would never know. He could be working for the government right now and we don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah, so there's many ways to look at it. And the fact is, we don't know. Why can't they tell us?
We just want to know. Just tell us, please. Give us something. There's so many reasons why he wouldn't talk, you know.
Yeah.
I have no idea, you know, just there's so many reasons. I think we'll figure it out someday and we'll go, geez, oh,
Yeah.
wow, you know, the dots are going to connect.
Yeah.
But I still think you are 100% right in that. Like, there's something big behind all of this, and they want it hidden. I almost think it's about to come out, and they know that they can't keep it hidden for too much longer.
Well, I don't know if we're ever going to get all of the truth. You might get some peripheral information, but I believe if it involves national security, it's going to get shut down. So we might get some information that'll tease us to say, okay, we don't know 100%, but this is what it's telling us, based on what happens. So we got to see the next few months. And like I said, I think there's going to be some sort of bomb dropped in the next few weeks, up to a month. Something's going to happen, whether it's a filing or something. Some will be on the lookout.
I know in this country, just to add into that national security, I mean, there are people that have spoken out. There's a woman here in South Africa. Her name is Patricia Mshadi, and she actually came out with some case. I have to look it up as well. She was involved in national security here in South Africa, and she actually explained how they use your Google account to track you, meaning they can force any kind of ordinary citizen to spy for them. And they can either do it willingly or they can threaten them to do it if they have something on them. But what she mentioned, and there's some others as well. There was I think it was the Dr. Frederick Whitehurst. He was in America, and he pretty much explained how they use your Google and your Amazon account. And this kind of ties in with this case as well, because once they connect your name to your Google or your Amazon account, for example, then they can use software to hack into your phone. And what they can do is they'll infect your phone without you even having to click any kind of link or anything, meaning they can turn on your microphone, they can turn on your camera, they can read all your texts, they can watch you, and they can do all of this. You don't have any legal rights when they do it, because it's a matter of national security.
Well, they're also raising, if I remember correctly, they've raised issues that you've consented that the information that you send is not it's not private, even though you might think it is. So when you go to an application, for example, and you sign the consent, it says they could send it to third parties and the like. Well, guess what that is? That's that's just small talk for we're going to give this to the feds if they ask for it.
Exactly. Tony, before we go, you bring up an interesting point when you say Dylan has a breakdown and confesses. Yes, but
You broke up, Wendy. We can't hear you.
Play around with theories. So I don't shoot down anybody's opinion about it, because the fact is we don't know. So it's interesting to discuss theories. I think the one thing we all agree on is that nothing is above board on this case. But I'm going to be a little bit bold here and say that the way I've tied this, don't be surprised if you read a newspaper headline, could be a year, 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the line, Idaho 4 surviving victim tragically loses her life in major car accident or whatever. And I hate to say that because it sounds really horrible, but if what I think happened is true and they have no use for Dylan anymore, then that's what I predict could happen. I pray to God not. So if Dylan knows what's good for her, she would rather come out and say, you know what? I'm not playing this game with you guys anymore. I'm going to come out, I'm going to tell the truth. I wasn't there. I don't know what happened, or I was involved. Lock me up, put me away. It'll be better for you to go to jail than lose your life, Dylan, if you're listening. Just tell the truth, because I can't imagine what's going through that girl's mind. If she's been blackmailed, it's heavy. If she's lying, if she's a willing participant, how do you sleep at night and you have this heaviness? It's going to catch up to her. So yeah, Tony, I mean, she's either going to have a breakdown or they're going to find, well, we don't need you anymore and we're going to end you.
Yes, sadly, witnesses, loose lips, sink ships, as they say.
Sadly, let's hope and pray that that doesn't happen or it doesn't come to that. Now, I always kind of hope in my mind that one of them will just have some revelation and say, you know what,
Well, I think you're right. Something is going to shake loose. We're going to probably see something pop up in fairly recent,
it
but
could be in your career, it could be with a friend, it could be in any life situation where you're like, you know what, I'm not playing along with this anymore.
yeah, spiritually, it will drain you. There's no doubt about it. How do you? So,
but anyway, I think, yeah, that's it. Big Amish, we could probably do another live if you're up for it. Let's discuss. If you guys have any questions, then there's a mail in my channel. And what did you say, Tony? You couldn't do what? Yeah, if you're saying you couldn't lie like that, I couldn't either. I wouldn't be able to keep it up for that long. It's very, I think we've all been in a situation like that, so I don't want to shame her in that way, but I'm trying to think of myself in that situation. I would probably rather spend the rest of my life in prison than trying to keep up a lie. Because, look, we have to face the fact that she could have been exploited. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to give her a light pass because I don't particularly like Dylan. But I'll give you an example. I mean, if any of you have kids and they've lied to you before, you always tell them, you know what? I don't care what you did. I don't care how bad it is. Just come and tell me the truth. Because if you tell me the truth, we can work with that. But if you're lying to me, and you know, your kids always, I don't know, Big Amish, we had that, you know, they're lying about something and you're like, hey, you know what, buddy, you better start talking now. Because my kids are scared of my slippers.
Yeah.
I got told last week, that a few years ago where we stayed, all the kids in the complex were scared of me. So I was wondering about that. Quite funny because I came out and I
That is
just
so
off
funny.
topic, my daughter gave our Wi-Fi password to all the kids in the complex. So, we had no internet. And I was, kids are so dumb sometimes when you go around and you tell them, okay, now they don't know that you don't know. And you tell them, well, you know what? And I'm looking at my phone. You know what, guys? Here's your phone showing up on my Wi-Fi, but it's not true. I'm just calling their bluff. And then, sorry. Yeah, no. She did it. And then it's like, she did it. She did it. No, she did it. And then they all start blaming each other. I'm like, yeah, you know what? You all gave yourselves away because we know who did it now.
Yeah,
So,
no,
you know,
you
the
could
fact
always
that
tell.
the
There's
fact that somebody hasn't called her out, and even her own parents, for example, and okay, well, that's another rabbit hole, Dylan's family, but the fact that her parents haven't said to her, my love, what happened that night? I don't know, maybe they have.
yeah, there's so much to unpack. Each one you could almost do a segment just on, maybe that's the way of doing it, focusing on just one aspect. I know we got carried away a little bit, but it's one bleeds into the other. But like just Dylan alone, what she did during her statement and her alleged and in her interview, her statements there is enough for like several shows, maybe.
Yeah, maybe we can play some of that next time. I don't know what I did. I must actually practice around the stream idea and to see what I did. I was trying to play Roto Motors video and I don't know what I did there, but I messed up somewhere and I thought, okay, I don't want to.
Send me that link if you can't roll it. I think it was mentioned. I want to know what he was saying. I think he was saying there was something he wanted me to look at in that video.
Yeah, no, I will. I'll definitely send it to you.
But yeah, just confidential human sources could be a great topic for our next discussion, where we could tie in different individuals and how that
Sure.
works just in general.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to actually send it to you now and then, yeah. But thank you, everybody, for being here. And thank you, Big Amish. I really appreciate it. Very, very informative as to how this, how this all
Parallel
ties in.
proceedings, yeah.
It does make a lot of sense. So, yeah, we'll discuss and we'll touch base and then
Yeah, absolutely. Thank
hopefully
you. That's a
we'll
lovely host.
see. I'm so sorry I kept you for, I think it's pretty much like pretty much at 4 a.m.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a little over 3:30. I'm getting buzzed. They want me to start getting ready for an early dinner. So
Go enjoy your weekend. Everybody enjoy your weekend. Thank you so much.
yes, thank you,
And
Wendy. All the best
thank
to
you, Big
everyone as
Amish.
well.
Have a
Thank you.
good day.
Thanks for having me. Yes.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.